Hey, welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels and don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new audiobook. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 41. Tsunade kicks the door of the Hokage's office, the deterrent power of Uchiha Zhili 1/6. Okay, I agree. Xuanqing could only spread his hands helplessly and agreed. Okay, that's it. Uchiha Zhili nodded with satisfaction, touched Xuanqing's head, pushed him to Tsunade and said, "Take him away. I have to go to work too. Makoto, you should go to school soon. You're going to be late." "Yes." Immediately, Makoto said goodbye to everyone and left quickly. "Let's go too." Tsunade said goodbye to Uchiha Zhili, called Xuanqing, and took Xuanqing to the Hokage building after a while. He kicked the door of the Hokage office. Bang! The door made a wailing sound and hit the wall directly, shaking the entire Hokage office and causing a lot of dust to fall. Third generation. Xuanqing. The corners of their eyes twitched slightly at this time. Yes, this is very Tsunade. The third generation looked at Tsunade speechlessly and helplessly, pinching his brows with a headache and said, "Tsunade. Can't you open the door normally with your hands? Because of you this month, I have changed the door of this office 5 times. Besides, you are a teacher. Can you set an example and pay attention to your personal image? You will lead the children astray." He didn't know why. Starting from more than 20 days ago, Tsunade's attitude towards him became more and more impolite. His personality became more and more perverse. It was simply difficult to hold it. He remembered that he hadn't offended Tsunade recently. "Humph, I'm used to it." Tsunade heard it, crossed his arms, raised his chin proudly and said, "I brought the person to you. Hurry up and get acquainted with him so that I can take him to the school." Tsunade, whose filter for the third generation was broken, didn't want to be affected by the third generation. Besides, it was just kicking the door. Compared with what the third generation did to Senju, this was already polite. "You." The third generation shook his head helplessly, then looked at Xuanqing, showing a smile that he thought was kind and said, "You are Uchiha Xuanqing. I am the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, your master. Did your teacher tell you?" At this time, he clearly sensed the vitality in Xuanqing's body. It feels stronger than most of his peers. This doesn't look like a sickly child with congenital deficiencies at all. It seems that Uchiha really has mastered an incredible treatment method to make up for vitality. I have to find a way to get it if I have a chance. Third generation thought to himself. This method is useful to him and even the Sarutobi clan. And this chakra amount, there was not much chakra yesterday. Is it because I officially started to refine chakra yesterday? It's comparable to Jonin. He is really a genius. I have to take it seriously and find a way to brainwash him to become my talent. Third generation thought again. If it works, it will be much easier to deal with Uchiha Zhili and Uchiha in the future. Thinking of this, the third generation looked at Xuanqing with a more intense smile. Although Xuanqing felt disgusted in his heart, he still smiled politely and nodded on the surface. "Yes. The teacher mentioned it to me. Uchiha Xuanqing, meet the Hokage." "Ha ha." The third generation saw it and laughed loudly. "Just call me Grandpa." "Huh." As soon as these words came out, Xuanqing's face froze. He suspected that this old guy wanted to take advantage of him. Hee hee. Tsunade glanced at the third generation with a sarcastic look on his face and sneered, "I said old man. You are not bullying the children. Even if Xuanqing dares to call, do you dare to respond? Be careful that Zhili knows, and beat you to death." "Ha. How can this old guy be so shameless? Obviously, he is of the same generation as Zhili, but he still wants her son to call him grandpa. It's just the opposite of Tiangong." "Ah." The third generation also reacted at this time. Hearing Tsunade's words, thinking of the consequences of this matter, thinking of the angry Uchiha Zhili, he suddenly froze all over, waved his hands and smiled. "Wrong, wrong. Sorry, sorry. Didn't I forget about this because Xuanqing is my disciple? My fault, my fault." At this point, the third generation hurriedly said to Xuanqing with an apologetic and nervous look, "Xuanqing. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. You should call me Uncle Hokage in the future." I'm 1 or 2 years older than your mother, so this title is just right. I was also misled by Tsunade. Haha. Don't tell your mother about this kind of trivial matter, so as not to disturb her. If this is known, even if he is beaten by Uchiha Zhili, the beating will be in vain. He thinks Uchiha Zhili is definitely willing to take advantage of the situation. This woman is often unreasonable. Ah, I understand. Xuanqing nodded and agreed. He now had a clear understanding of his mother's deterrent power. I wonder what my mother did that made the third generation so afraid. Xuanqing thought with some curiosity. He didn't dare to ask his mother. He was afraid of being beaten. Of course, he would still tell his mother about this matter. What? You said I promised the third generation not to tell. I broke my promise. What can you do? However, he felt that his mother would not beat up the third generation for this matter. The timing was not right. It was not appropriate to have a big conflict with the third generation at present. Uchiha still needed a few years of low-key and stable development. When the strength was sufficient, we would settle the accounts together. Haha. That's good. That's good. The third generation was relieved after hearing this, thinking that there was no problem. Then, they talked to Xuanqing for a few more words and tried to get some words out of him. But they were all stopped by Tsunade. The third generation immediately realized that with Tsunade around, he probably couldn't get any useful information from Xuanqing. At the same time, he also noticed that Xuanqing was much smarter than he thought. So he stopped making trouble. He quickly ended the conversation and sent Tsunade to take Xuanqing to school. Of course, he had not given up on winning over and brainwashing Xuanqing. In his opinion, as long as he entered the school, he had plenty of time and could slowly influence Xuanqing. How smart can a 6-year-old child be? At this age, when his 3 views have not been established, he has too many means and time to influence and brainwash him. Soon, Tsunade brought Xuanqing to the ninja school. First went to the vice principal's office, explained the situation, met the head teacher of the first grade elite class, and handed the person over to the head teacher. Tsunade said goodbye and left. Xuanqing, led by the head teacher Kuroda Aikido, came to the elite class, which is the classroom of the first grade class A. It happened to be time for class at this time. Wow, who is that? He's so handsome. Judging from his clothes, he should be from the Uchiha clan. But I've never seen him before. Why did he come at this time? I don't know. Qingyi, you are also Uchiha, you should know him, right? Who is he? Ah, it seems to be Xuanqing, the Uchiha of the Elder's family, but he has changed a lot. Quote. As soon as he came in, the students in the classroom couldn't help but talk about Xuanqing, who was led in by the head teacher. Chapter 42. Big sister Kushina said she would protect me. Shadow clone's way to go to school, 2/6. Hey, Xuanqing, your name is Xuanqing, right? Makoto told me. Hello, I'm Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. If someone bullies you in class in the future, tell me my name. I promised Makoto to take care of you, hee. At this time, Kushina stood up and waved to Xuanqing. Hearing her bad sister's speech, Xuanqing just felt funny. Then I will take care of you in the future. However, Xuanqing did not fight for her face, but smiled and nodded. Kushina, sit down. At this time, the head teacher Kuroda Aikido roared at Kushina with veins on his forehead. This girl is getting more and more indifferent to him. But he really can't do anything to Kushina. Otherwise, Master Tsunade will definitely make him look bad. Not to mention, Master Mito is standing behind Kushina. This is a super connected person, you can't afford to offend him, Yes. Kushina achieved his goal, and did not confront the teacher, and sat down directly. At this time, Namikaze Minato, who was sitting 2 rows in front of Kushina, heard Kushina's boast, and couldn't help but look at Kushina, and felt funny in his heart. I didn't expect Kushina to have the potential to be a big sister. Interesting. Hey. However, his obvious gaze and smiling face were very glaring in Kushina's eyes. Kushina felt ridiculed, and immediately slammed the table and glared at Minato and said, "Yellow-haired sissy, are you laughing at me? Damn it." Ah, no. Minato wanted to explain. But at this time, Kuroda Aikido roared at Kushina again angrily, "Uzumaki Kushina. Sit down." Then, He turned to Minato and warned, "And Namikaze Minato, you too. Don't learn bad things." Yes. The two immediately became honest. Minato once again lost the opportunity to explain. At the same time, Kushina once again made a note of Minato in his heart, and said angrily, "It's all because of this sissy, otherwise I wouldn't be scolded again." Also, what does the teacher mean? What do you mean don't learn bad things? Is it because you are afraid that he will learn bad things from me? Who are you looking down on? This is discrimination, complete discrimination. After that, Xuanqing introduced himself at the signal of Kuroda Aikido. Then, with different expressions from the classmates, he walked down the podium and sat down in the empty seat next to Kushina at Kushina's wave. He had seen that Uzumaki Kushina's favorability towards him was 62 points. This is a very high initial value. It should be because of Sister Makoto. Well, maybe Teacher Tsunade and Master Mito have also mentioned it to her. Xuanqing guessed. In the next few days, Xuanqing went to school normally during the day. With his learning ability and efficiency, he quickly mastered everything that can be learned in school. His relationship with Kushina also improved. He also met Namikaze Minato, who took the initiative to greet and make friends. After a few days, with his communication skills, both Kushina and Minato's favorability towards him increased. However, there is still a long way to go before the minimum requirement of 80 points for the contract. This kind of thing can't be rushed, Xuanqing can only take it slowly. Kushina, Minato, these days, I have mastered everything that can be learned in school. School is no longer useful to me. So, next I plan to send Shadow Clone to go to school instead of me. I plan to take time to practice alone. Say hello to you. Xuanqing said to Kushina and Minato when school was over that day. We are already friends, so it's better to take the initiative to explain this kind of thing. Otherwise, it will be exposed later, which will easily affect the friendship. Using Shadow Clone to go to school. Is that possible? Why didn't I think of that? Kushina was stunned at first, then said with surprise. She went to school a few months longer than Xuanqing, and with her intelligence, she had already learned everything she should have learned. She had no interest in learning what she didn't want to learn. She had long felt that school was boring and a torture. Originally, she had been planning to beg her grandmother to let her not go to school at all and learn the sealing technique with her grandmother. She was more interested in that. Now, after hearing Xuanqing's words, she suddenly understood. There was no need to drop out of school. Wouldn't it be better to use Shadow Clone to replace herself? In this way, Grandma would definitely agree. As for what to do if she doesn't know Shadow Clone, just learn it. For a genius girl like her, a small Shadow Clone is not a piece of cake. Anyway, she has a lot of chakras, so it's easy to separate a Shadow Clone to go to school. Then I will also use Shadow Clone to go to school in the future. Kushina decided immediately, and then said to Xuanqing, I heard from Sister Tsunade that you have also been learning the sealing technique recently. Yes, Xuanqing nodded. My mother had a deal with Master Mito before, and I got a lot of sealing techniques from her, so it's a good time to learn. Kushina said immediately, it just so happens that I am also going to learn the sealing technique from my grandmother, do you want to join me? At that time, we can also exchange learning experiences with each other, how about it? She thinks it will be more interesting to study with one more companion. At the very least, it can be pleasing to the eyes. She appreciates Xuanqing's masculine handsomeness. Unlike a certain sissy, it's too sissy. Is this kind of thing okay? It requires Master Mito's consent, right? Xuanqing was slightly stunned when he heard it. He didn't mind learning from Uzumaki Mito. It's much more efficient to have a ready-made sealing master to teach than to learn by yourself. He had tested it a long time ago. If someone teaches, the skill proficiency will improve faster. The better the teacher, the better the effect. Although, with the talent of God rewarding hard work, he can learn quickly by self-study. But who can refuse double hanging? I will definitely agree. I will tell Grandma when I go back later. After all, she likes you very much. She asked me to take care of you at school before. Kushina patted his chest and promised. That's fine. Ask it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Xuanqing nodded and didn't refuse. Minato, who was standing aside, felt a little disappointed after hearing this. If possible, he would also like to join in. But he knew that this was impossible. Xuanqing could do it because Xuanqing himself had obtained the seal training scroll of Master Mito. In addition, Master Mito also knew him and had a good impression of him. But Minato himself did not have these conditions. In addition, he did not know shadow clone technique. At this time, Xuanqing noticed Minato's low mood, and immediately patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be disappointed. We can't learn sealing techniques all day long. How about we arrange some time every day to practice ninjutsu and taijutsu together?" In his opinion, Minato is a good investment target. He can take advantage of Minato's young age to invest in him, improve his favorability, and then bind him. He will definitely be a good helper in the future. Instead of leaving such talents to the third generation and becoming enemies in the future, it is better to win them over in advance. Of course, in this process, proper guidance should also be given. Let Minato see the true face of the third generation, the true face of the so-called Will of Fire, and the cruel truth of the ninja world. Lest he be brainwashed by the third generation. Chapter 43. Investing in Minato. Minato's favorability rises to 84.36. I don't mind. Kushina listened, glanced at Minato, and agreed. Although she still felt that Minato was a sissy and unpleasant, they were friends after all, and it was only right to take care of each other's feelings. Is this appropriate? Minato listened and looked at Xuanqing with a touched face. He didn't expect that Xuanqing, a child of a big family, was not only not arrogant on weekdays but also willing to be friends with him. At this time, he was willing to accommodate and help him. He really didn't know what to say. At this time, Xuanqing noticed that just now, Minato's favorability towards him soared by 10 points, reaching 65 points. There's nothing inappropriate. Anyway, we all have to practice, and it's good to make progress together. We are friends, aren't we? Xuanqing smiled and shook his head. Even if it's not for the benefit, he is willing to be friends with people like Minato. At least, you don't have to worry about him plotting against you behind your back. But I don't know shadow clone technique, I can only do it after school. Is that okay? Minato asked a little embarrassed. These are all trivial matters. Xuanqing waved his hand nonchalantly and said, I am optimistic about your talent and future, Minato. As an advance investment, I can teach you shadow clone technique and even some ninjutsu suitable for you. When you grow up in the future, you can repay me in the village. What do you think? Do you dare to accept it? Fearing that Minato would be embarrassed and refuse to accept it, Xuanqing directly used a little provocation. Well, by that day, the village will probably be named Uchiha Xuanqing. Dare. What's there to be afraid of? Sure enough, Minato was provoked by these words and nodded decisively. Then, when the blood faded, he touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, looked at Xuanqing and said, but, in this way, will I owe you Xuanqing too much? He didn't know if he would be able to pay it back in the future. He felt that Xuanqing seemed to have more confidence in him than he did. Then I'll pay you back slowly in the future. I'm not afraid that you owe me too much, so what are you afraid of? Xuanqing casually reached out and patted Minato on the shoulder. It's settled. Thanks, Xuanqing. Namikaze Minato looked at Xuanqing with a complicated expression, and his eyes were full of gratitude. This was the first time someone was so kind to him and thought so highly of him. He secretly swore in his heart that Xuanqing would always be his best friend in the future. At the same time, Xuanqing also found that Minato's favorability towards him soared to 84 points. Wow, so high. Can't we sign a contract directly? Xuanqing was calm on the surface, but he was surprised in his heart. Well, we haven't known each other for many days, and it's a bit utilitarian to rashly propose a contract. Wait a few more days, until the shadow clone and some ninjutsu promised by Rear Admiral are passed on to Minato, and consolidate the goodwill first. Xuanqing decided immediately. This surge in favorability made him a little flustered. It can only be said that Minato is a relatively pure person. Come on, come with me to my house first, I'll teach you shadow clone technique first and then talk about other things. After saying that, Xuanqing said to Kushina, then Kushina, we'll say goodbye here today. Ask Lord Mito first. If it doesn't work, don't force it. Yeah, go ahead. Kushina nodded, waved his hand, and left quickly. Let's go too. Xuanqing patted Minato's shoulder and called him to go home. It wasn't long before they entered the Uchiha clan. Along the way, many members of the Uchiha clan looked at Xuanqing and Minato with some surprise. Xuanqing is back. Is this your friend? Someone greeted Xuanqing and asked curiously. Yes, Uncle Shiyu, how is business today? Xuanqing also smiled Kaido. It's okay. I'll just finish today. Tomorrow the family's pharmacy will open, and I have to go there to help run it. Uchiha Shiyu looked expectant. He had already come into contact with the medicines that the family was going to sell. He knew what kind of sensation these medicines would bring. If they sold well, the family should not be short of money in the future. Recently, the family reform has been very expensive. Especially the clan schools at all levels, the elite guards, and the new family reward and punishment welfare system. All aspects require money and resources. Oh, is it going to open? That's great. Xuanqing's eyes lit up slightly. These days, he only took 2 hours a day to make some medicines, and didn't care about other things. He didn't expect his mother to move so quickly. It seems that I have to make more medicines in the next period of time, otherwise there will definitely not be enough to sell. Xuanqing thought to himself. He wanted to hand over the production of these medicines to others. But there is no suitable and reliable candidate for the time being. Many medicines require the meat of sea kings, or a higher level of pharmaceutical grade. We must train a group of qualified pharmaceutical people as soon as possible, or come up with a qualified batch pharmaceutical production line. Xuanqing thought again. With this idea in mind, Xuanqing took Minato to the small training ground in his backyard. He began to teach Minato shadow clone technique. He first explained the practice method in detail. Then, step by step, he slowly demonstrated it to Minato again. Then, Minato successfully got started. Good. I really didn't make a mistake. Xuanqing saw it and gave Minato a thumbs up. Hee. No way. You taught me well. Minato touched the back of his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Keep practicing a few more times. Make sure you really master it, then today's teaching will end here. Xuanqing raised his hand to signal. Okay. Minato immediately released Shadow Clone. Then, he practiced 4 or 5 more times. After mastering it more and more steadily, Xuanqing asked him to stop, and then said, "It's already okay. You can practice more intensified later. As for matters related to practicing together, I will come to adjust and arrange the world after Kushina's affairs are determined tomorrow. I'll take you back first." Okay. Minato nodded, and after being sent out of the Uchiha clan by Xuanqing, he stopped Xuanqing and said, "Just send it here. Next, I'll go back by myself." Xuanqing, goodbye. Also, thank you. After that, Minato ran away quickly. This kid. Xuanqing smiled slightly, turned around immediately, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked towards home. After returning home, Xuanqing made a seal to separate 3 shadow clone. One was sent to learn the sealing technique, and one was sent to practice chakra control and seal. One went to practice ninjutsu. His original body was directly teleported to the pirate world, joined Makoto, and started to attack each other. Practice observation haki and try to awaken observation haki. Uchiha Zhili discovered before that if you want to awaken haki, you still have to be in the pirate world. It won't work in the ninja world. It seems that the necessary conditions are missing there. Xuanqing thought it was because the rules of the world were different. But once you successfully awaken, you can go to the ninja world to practice and improve. It's quite interesting. The method of practice for the two is also very simple, that is, throwing various snowballs at each other, various surprises. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, a continuous sound of breaking through the air sounded. From time to time, there was a cry of pain. Kuleha in the room frowned slightly, and finally shook her head helplessly. What sin had she committed? To have such 2 people. As the 2 threw more and more, the speed became faster and faster. Both of them were completely immersed in it. Chapter 44 Awakening Observation Haki, help Makoto awaken as well, 4/6. At a certain moment, Xuanqing suddenly found himself in a special state, and his whole body felt transparent, as if he could sense everything within a radius of hundreds of meters around him. This was especially true for the snowballs that were constantly being thrown at him. Moreover, these snowballs seemed to have been paused. Observation Haki was achieved. Xuanqing easily dodged the snowballs that kept coming. Then, while continuing to throw at Makoto, who had not yet awakened his observation Haki, he opened the attribute panel with a thought and found that there was indeed an extra skill in the skill column. Observation Haki 1000th, entry level. The upper limit of the entry-level proficiency is 1000. It's 10 times higher than Chakra refining technique. Doesn't this mean that each subsequent stage will also be at least 10 times higher? Maybe even more. Now it will take a lot longer to practice to perfection or even break the limit. Xuanqing thought with a headache. However, considering that this skill is more difficult and rare, and has a high upper limit, it is understandable. At this time, Makoto also found that Xuanqing suddenly became different. He became more comfortable dodging, and even distracted himself without being hit. She quickly divided a little of her mind and shouted to Xuanqing, "Xuanqing, did you successfully awaken observation Haki?" "Yes." Xuanqing dodged and nodded affirmatively, "Just awakened successfully. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." Makoto gritted her teeth and nodded affirmatively. Xuanqing has awakened, but she, as a sister, has fallen behind. This is not good. Are there any tricks? She couldn't help asking while continuing to dodge. In the end, she was still affected by Xuanqing and distracted. Calm down and concentrate on dodging. This is the only trick. Makoto's sister, your mental strength and talent are sufficient. You have to believe in yourself. Next, I will increase the frequency and tricky angle of throwing. You have to be careful. I believe you can do it. Here it comes. Okay. After hearing this, Makoto's anxiety was indeed reduced a lot. She forced herself to calm down and responded. The next moment, swish, swish, swish. She only felt that countless snowballs were constantly thrown at her from all directions like a storm. More than twice as fast as before. Twice as tricky. She couldn't even distract herself to throw any snowballs. Even so, she was still hit. But Makoto gritted her teeth and persisted. Just like this, she kept forcing herself and concentrating. The pupils of her eyes even began to turn red, which was a sign of opening Sharingan. But it was forcibly suppressed by Makoto. Because, the experience given by Uchiha Zhili proves that activating Sharingan to dodge will not only fail to promote the opening of observation Haki, but will have the opposite effect. Concentrate, concentrate, and concentrate again. Makoto felt as if she was only a hair's breadth away from awakening observation Haki. In this way, I don't know how long it has been, Makoto has even forgotten the existence of time. At a certain moment, she suddenly felt her spirit sublimated, and her head was buzzing. Then, the whole world became different. It was so clear. She could keenly feel all the movements and even images within a range of dozens of meters around her. The snowballs that kept attacking from all directions seemed to slow down. Observation Haki, also awakened successfully. Swish, swish, swish. Makoto easily dodged many snowballs. The next moment, the snowball attack stopped. Obviously Xuanqing noticed Makoto's change and stopped it on his own initiative. Congratulations. Xuanqing walked forward with a smile and congratulated. Huff, huff, huff. Makoto supported her knees with her hands, panting, and smiled. Thank you. This time thanks to you. Otherwise, I don't know when I can successfully awaken. Your experience is very useful. Squeak. At this time, the sound of a door opening came, attracting the attention of Xuanqing and Makoto. The two looked over and saw Kuleha walking out of the house with a shocked face. She looked at the two and said in surprise, they actually awakened their observation Haki. It's incredible. The difference between the two was only a few minutes. How did you do it? Don't think that observation Haki is easy to awaken. Even in the world of pirates, this thing is only exclusive to a very small number of people. Most people will never be able to awaken observation Haki in their lifetime. In fact, there are many armament Haki strongmen who have not awakened observation Haki. Unlike armament Haki, which can be awakened by constantly training the body. Observation Haki involves mental power and the sixth sense beyond the five senses. The difficulty of awakening is completely different, and it requires talent. Hee. Xuanqing and Makoto smiled at each other. Xuanqing said, "We have special awakening techniques." Konoha couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Do you think I didn't hear your previous conversation? If you can awaken just by focusing on dodging, then the observation haki wouldn't be so rare. I can only say that you Uchiha clan do have some talent in spirit and perception. The special eyes unique to Uchiha seem to involve spirit and even soul. She has seen them in Uchiha Zhili and Uchiha Makoto. On the contrary, Xuanqing, this kid, seems to have not awakened this special feature yet. Konoha thinks it's because he's not old enough. With Xuanqing's talent, awakening in the future is inevitable. Maybe." Xuanqing was slightly stunned after hearing this, and nodded without comment. "Okay. Now that you have succeeded, don't continue this kind of training. It's so noisy that I can't concentrate on reading." After complaining, Konoha went back to the house. Xuanqing and Makoto looked at each other, then smiled at each other. Xuanqing said, "Then let's stop here today." "Okay. I also want to feel and test the specific situation of the observation haki, so I'll go back first." Makoto nodded, and then teleported back to the ninja world. The next moment, Xuanqing also chose to return to the ninja world. "Are you back? It's time to eat, let's eat first. Go wash your hands." As soon as he came back, he saw Uchiha Zhili serving the dishes. Makoto was also walking towards the kitchen. "Okay." Xuanqing immediately returned to the room, changed into a thinner set of clothes, washed his hands, and then returned to the dining room and sat down to eat. "I heard from Makoto that you all just awakened observation haki." At this time, Uchiha Zhili couldn't help asking. "Yes." Xuanqing nodded in response while chewing the meat. "Very good. It's quite a coincidence." Uchiha Zhili nodded with a smile. "With observation haki, the ability to save life will be greatly enhanced in the future. Later, work hard to practice observation haki. Not only to improve perception and evasion ability, but also to improve mental strength. Kill two birds with one stone. For the time being, I feel it is better than our Uchiha meditation method. Of course, I'm not saying that you should give up meditation completely. Meditation and observation haki are also complementary, don't fall behind. Do you understand?" "Yes." Xuanqing and Makoto both nodded. This is Uchiha Zhili's experience in studying observation haki during this period. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 45, Binding Contract Ninja Eagle, Kushina's favorability also reaches the standard 5/6. By the way, Zanming, our Uchiha pharmacy will open tomorrow. For the next period of time, Xuanqing, you should refine more medicine every day. It will be hard for you. Uchiha Zhili suddenly thought of this and spoke again. "Okay, I've noticed it." Xuanqing nodded, and then said, "Oh. By the way, I forgot to say that the favorability of the captured ninja eagle has reached the standard, and I have contracted it. I will release it in the space-time gate space and give you the authority. You can communicate with the space-time gate space to summon it at any time in the future. It's better to make a summoning contract, which is more convenient and can also conceal people's eyes." As he said, Xuanqing thought about it and gave the relevant authority to Uchiha Zhili and Makoto. This ninja eagle arrived a few days ago. These days, Xuanqing feeds it every day to increase its favorability. Now it's finally done. This ninja eagle has a wingspan of 15 meters, just like a small airplane. With Jonin-level chakra and wind-style abilities, it is extremely fast. It can break the speed of sound at the fastest speed, reaching more than 400 meters per second. It is terrifying. Of course, if you want it to reach such a speed when riding, you can't carry too many people. At the same time, the rider must be able to withstand the impact and wind speed. Okay. There is a blank summoning scroll at home. I will use it to bind the ninja eagle later, and then each of us will sign a name contract. Uchiha Zhili nodded in agreement. With this ninja eagle, it will be much more convenient to open the map next. Next, Mom will take some time every day to run the map. Xuanqing, just wait with peace of mind. I will notify you to go together after the map is opened. She was worried about letting Xuanqing go out to sea alone. Okay. Xuanqing felt Uchiha Zhili's concern and was only moved, so he would not refuse. After dinner, Uchiha Zhili immediately took out a blank summoning scroll. Then, he entered the space-time gate with Xuanqing and Makoto, completed the contract with Shinobi Hawk, and returned home. In the Senju tribe, as soon as Kushina came back, he told Uzumaki Mito that he was going to go to school with Shadow Clone. At the same time, he also said that he hoped to receive Uzumaki Mito's teaching of sealing techniques with Xuanqing. Oh, Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that the relationship between our Kushina and Xuanqing is getting better and better. Even want to study together. Are you in love with him? As soon as Uzumaki Mito said this, Naoki, who had returned a long time ago, and Tsunade, who had just returned, all looked at Kushina, revealing the color of 8 trigrams. Oh, Grandma. Kushina's pretty face flushed immediately after being teased, and she puffed her cheeks and argued, no. At the same time, she was also asking herself in her heart, is it really like this? She really didn't think about it before. At the beginning, she only contacted Xuanqing because of Makoto and Uzumaki Mito's instructions. Later, I don't know why, she got along better and better with Xuanqing. He just felt that being with Xuanqing was very comfortable and relaxing. Because Xuanqing's words and deeds always met her wishes. It happened unknowingly. If Uzumaki Mito didn't remind her, she didn't know when she would find out that her friendship with Xuanqing had already begun to deteriorate. However, the speed of this deterioration was a bit fast. It can only be that emotions are often uncontrollable and unpredictable. Really, Kushina was still too naive. Her expression changes could not be hidden even from Tsunade, let alone Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito immediately joked again. No. Kushina shook her head repeatedly. In short, no, she would not admit it now even if she was beaten to death. Want to eat her melon? No way. Okay. No, then no. Uzumaki Mito saw that Kushina was about to explode, with her red hair flying, and did not continue to stimulate her. He nodded perfunctorily and said, since you want, then ask him to come along. Anyway, he has also obtained the practice methods of these sealing techniques, at most he can just make more good connections. With the level of this kid's demonic medical skills, it's worth it. These days, she has heard Tsunade praise Xuanqing. Great, I will tell him the good news tomorrow. Hee. Kushina was very happy to hear that. At this time, Tsunade also smiled and said, so you are going to use Shadow Clone to go to school instead of you. Great. Then I can go to Xuanqing to exchange medical skills more often every day. Haha. Maybe, you can ask him to split a Shadow Clone to learn from me. Yes, let's do it. Why didn't I think of this method before? I wasted several days in vain. No matter what, I have to make up for it. Uzumaki Mito has no objection to this. She hopes that Tsunade can learn more medical knowledge from Xuanqing. In this way, Tsunade's medical skills will only become more and more powerful. In the future, when she encounters the same situation as before, or when someone in the tribe has a difficult-to-treat disease, she may be able to solve it herself without asking for help. The next morning, Xuanqing, I asked my grandmother, and she has agreed. Should we start learning today or tomorrow? After arriving at the school, Kushina shared the good news with Xuanqing. Let's do it today, Xuanqing said directly. He couldn't stay in this school for a day. It just so happens that Minato has also learned Shadow Clone technique. Let's take him to find a place to practice together. Then, Shadow Clone can actually be sent to learn the sealing technique. As for me, I think it's better to practice physical skills and strengthen the body. After all, Shadow Clone can't replace this point, what do you think? Of course, today is the first day, I will go to see Master Mito first and explain the situation to avoid being rude. Xuanqing then suggested, it's not worth it to spend a lot of time learning the sealing technique. Every day of his life is very important now. It can make him continue to improve. No time can be wasted. In addition, he discovered yesterday evening that Kushina's favorability towards him suddenly increased again. It increased directly to 81 points. It also reached the binding standard. Xuanqing was ready to find an opportunity to bind her and Minato. After ensuring that his secrets would not be leaked, he could increase his investment in them and provide them with health-preserving exercises, hockey training methods and Sea King's meat. Accelerate their growth. Huh, is that so? Kushina was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then said with some concern, will it be very hard to practice physical skills? Ah, it's okay. Xuanqing was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then comforted, don't worry, I have other skills to ensure that it won't be too hard. Believe me. As long as there is the assistance of Sea King's meat and health-preserving exercises, the difficulty of bodybuilding training will be greatly reduced. Okay, I believe you. Kushina listened, looked at Xuanqing seriously, looked at him, and then quickly turned away, her cheeks slightly red. Her heart was pounding, and she thought, so handsome. Before the truth was revealed, she hadn't thought about it or paid attention to it. After being pointed out by Uzumaki Mito yesterday, she found that she had completely changed. However, she didn't hate this feeling. And this scene happened to be seen by Minato. Minato felt heartbroken. Is Kushina in love with Xuanqing? Minato thought for sure. For a moment, Minato felt very complicated. My first love ended before it even began. He didn't hate Xuanqing because of this. Just now, he saw clearly that it was Kushina who took the initiative. Xuanqing didn't seem to realize that Kushina's feelings for him had deteriorated. Chapter 46, Minato's Character and Forgiveness, Uzumaki Mito's Reminder, 6/6. Hey, Minato. You're just in time. We were just discussing training. Xuanqing noticed Minato coming and immediately raised his hand to greet him and asked him to come over. Then, he keenly noticed that Minato was a little disappointed. He was not stupid. He glanced at Kushina, whose face was still blushing, and understood something. He immediately checked Minato's favorability towards him. He found that it had not dropped, and it was still 84 points. Ah. Minato's character is strong. It makes me feel guilty. Maybe, there is no need to observe and settle it anymore, and let him and Kushina bind to me later. Xuanqing thought so. He felt that if the person he liked was taken first, he would definitely not be able to do it like Minato without taking out his anger. After hearing this, Minato quickly sorted out his mood and tried not to be so disappointed. Since Kushina made his own choice, there was nothing for him to entangle with. He immediately stepped forward and said, how are you going to arrange it? Xuanqing immediately said, I will first assign a shadow clone to accompany you to find a suitable secret training place. I will first meet with Lady Mito with Kushina and tell her that we are going to use shadow clone to practice sealing techniques with her. Then, Kushina and I will come to meet you, make a training plan, and officially start training. Of course, before leaving, we have to leave a shadow clone at school. Is that okay with you? No. Minato shook his head. After I went back yesterday, I practiced again and can maintain shadow clone better. Very good. Then let's find a corner where no one is and leave shadow clone. Xuanqing said, calling Minato and Kushina to leave the classroom. After finding a corner where no one is, each of them assigned a shadow clone and sent shadow clone to school. Their original bodies quietly left the school. On the way, Xuanqing separated another shadow clone and asked it to take Minato to find the secret base first. He and Kushina came to the Senju tribe together, met Uzumaki Mito, and explained their purpose. Oh, use shadow clone to learn the sealing technique. You should know that the sealing technique is a very delicate technique. When learning and practicing, it requires delicate chakra control. Are you sure you have no problem? Uzumaki Mito listened, but did not directly refute, but asked back. I can do it. Xuanqing nodded affirmatively. In fact, I have the ability to remember everything I see. I have completely memorized the knowledge of sealing techniques from you a few days ago. These days, I have also set aside some time every day or used shadow clone to practice sealing techniques. I think I have some basics now, and I have mastered more than 10 elementary sealing techniques. If you don't believe me, I can show you. As he said, Xuanqing didn't wait for Uzumaki Mito to speak, and he directly pinched the seal formula, leaned over and slapped his hand on the ground. Suddenly, a soundproof barrier sealing technique was formed directly. Then, he performed the detection isolation barrier technique, the 4 series light technique, the fire seal, and other sealing techniques one after another. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina were amazed. You really surprise me again and again, kid. I didn't expect you to have such a strong talent in sealing techniques. Uzumaki Mito looked at Xuanqing with a complicated expression, and finally nodded. Okay, I agree to your request. In the future, you can send Shadow Clone to learn sealing techniques from me. She estimated that even if she didn't teach, with Xuanqing's talent, it wouldn't take many years for him to catch up with her in sealing techniques. This talent in sealing techniques is already stronger than hers. Since you have chosen to make a good relationship, why not give more? In the future, there may be unexpected and generous rewards. Thank you, Master Mito. After hearing this, Xuanqing hurriedly thanked Uzumaki Mito with joy. Thank you, Grandma. He. Kushina on the side also hurriedly followed to thank him. Uzumaki Mito glanced at the girl and said, I just said Xuanqing passed the test, but I didn't say you. Huh. Kushina's smile froze when she heard it. Then, she ran over quickly, pinched Uzumaki Mito's shoulders coquettishly and said, You agree. I still want to practice with Xuanqi to become stronger. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly and put forward a condition. If you want me to agree to you, then you must meet my requirements every day when you learn the sealing technique. Otherwise, I will cancel your right to learn the sealing technique with Shadow Clone at any time. Is there a problem? She was also afraid that Kushina would not be able to master the sealing technique properly because of distraction. For a reserve Jinchuriki and a member of the Uzumaki clan, the sealing technique is the foundation. Of course, judging from her current situation, Kushina may not have the opportunity to become a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the end. But the necessary training is still necessary. This is not only to perfunctory the third generation, but also for Kushina's safety. The status of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Reserve can make her get the attention and protection of the village at this stage. Yeah. To a certain extent. Okay. Kushina listened, although a little embarrassed, but gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay. That's it. You leave Shadow Clone to learn from me, and you can leave. Uzumaki Mito smiled and waved his hand. Yes. Xuanqing and Kushina immediately separated a Shadow Clone each and prepared to leave. At this time, Uzumaki Mito reminded him, Xiao Xuanqing, your chakra and vitality are far inferior to Kushina. Don't divide too many Shadow Clone at a time. It's not good for your growth. Remember. Yes. Xuanqing knew that Uzumaki Mito was concerned about him and for his own good, so he immediately bowed respectfully. I've made a note. I'll pay attention. If he didn't eat the meat of sea kings every day to supplement his nutrition and vitality, and without the assistance of health-preserving exercises, he really wouldn't dare to do so recklessly. You know, he still left a Shadow Clone in the pirate world to learn Kuleha's medical skills. Counting the one in school, the one who stayed here, and the one who accompanied Minato, there are 4 Shadow Clone. It's the kind that is maintained for a long time, and the burden is not small. Well, just keep it in mind. Go. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito didn't say much, sent Xuanqing and the others away, and began to teach the 2 Shadow Clone sealing techniques. At the beginning, he certainly wouldn't teach advanced sealing techniques, and still started from the basics. Although Xuanqing had studied by himself, he still studied seriously. Although his Shadow Clone could not contribute his talent of, God rewards hard work, in real time. But his own comprehension talent was not low, and the learning effect was still very strong. When Shadow Clone returned to the original body, these learning experiences and energy would naturally bring back the results of observation. At that time, the talent of, God rewards hard work, would also be triggered, allowing him to gain a second harvest with the help of his talent. Maybe it was a little worse than the original body directly studying and listening to the class, but it was also an extra cheat. After leaving Uzumaki Mito, Xuanqing and Kushina went to the Minami Kaga River by themselves. Although this place was not the Uchiha's clan land at this time, the Uchiha's shrine was here. Therefore, part of this area also belonged to the Uchiha. Xuanqing also planned to find a suitable secret base for cultivation here this time. The confidentiality did not need to be too good, it just needed to be a little remote, with fewer people, so that they could practice without being disturbed. Chapter 47, Binding Minato and Kushina, Kushina's Worries 1/10. When Uchiha Xuanqing and Kushina approached the Minami Kaga River, suddenly, Xuanqing paused slightly. He felt a lot of information flooding into his mind. What's wrong? Kushina asked in confusion. Nothing. Minato's shadow clone automatically released the information. The base has been found. Let's go. It's over there. Xuanqing quickly digested the information, smiled and shook his head, and called Kushina. It took a few minutes to run more than 1,000 meters, through a forest, along the Minami Kaga River, and appeared in a clearing in the forest downstream of the river. Hey, Minato. We're here. Xuanqing raised his hand from a distance and greeted Minato, who was waiting there. Welcome. Isn't this a good place? Minato also smiled and waved in response, and then asked, so, how should we practice next? He didn't have any clues for a while. After all, he was just a civilian and knew very little about practice. At present, what he has mastered is what he learned from school. Let's start with chakra control, hand seals and basic physical training. As for ninjutsu, there's no rush for the time being. Once these foundations are laid, subsequent ninjutsu training will be more effective with less effort. Xuanqing said directly. Huh. Minato listened and asked in confusion. I understand hand seal training, but are basic physical training the ones taught in school? Also, how should chakra control be trained? Of course not those in school. Xuanqing shook his head. The basic physical training I'm talking about is a set of physical training methods I compiled based on some basic physical training methods in my clan. At present, this has become a compulsory course for our Uchiha clan preschool class and in-school intensive class. There's no point in saying more, I'll show you directly. Watch carefully and remember carefully, you'll practice this later. 2, 5, 3, Xuanqing said, and began to practice basic physical training. After these days of learning and practicing, his basic physical training has been practiced to more than half of the small success, and it's not far from the big success. This basic physical skill is just as he said, it was created by learning and summarizing the various basic physical skills training methods and experiences of the family, and then combining some of the 6 style training methods. Of course, the talent of heaven rewards hard work also gave a little help. Every time he practiced, the talent of heaven rewards hard work would give corresponding experience and feedback when improving the proficiency of this skill. It allows Xuanqing to continuously optimize this basic physical skill. Of course, this degree of optimization and adjustment is completely incomparable to the qualitative change of enlightenment after breaking the limit. It is not something of the same level. But it is enough to continuously optimize this basic physical training method to a better and more efficient level than the existing basic physical training methods of Uchiha and other ninja clans. Xuanqing practiced very slowly, and explained from time to time. After finishing, Xuanqing stopped and asked, how is it? How much did you remember? I remember it all. Minato and Kushina nodded in unison. Obviously, people's memory and understanding are not bad. Xuanqing demonstrated so slowly and explained so detailed. If you can't remember it, it means there is a problem with your talent. Very good. Then practice it for me to see if there is any problem. Xuanqing nodded with satisfaction and raised his hand to signal. Okay. Minato and Kushina practiced immediately. As a result, they naturally did not really get started. Obviously, remembering is not the same as being able to do it. Fortunately, Xuanqing was patient and directly separated a shadow clone to teach and guide the two to continue practicing until they successfully got started. He walked aside and started practicing. At present, his body building is also mainly based on basic physical skills and health-preserving exercises. Health-preserving exercises are best combined with Sea King's meat or nutritional medicines and nutritional pills. Of course, the nutritional pills he took were definitely not the ones that Uchiha Pharmacy officially started selling today, but the ones with the highest purity. In addition to a small amount of medicinal materials used for matching, 90% of them are made up of concentrated essence of Sea King's meat. One pill can replace a pound of Sea King's meat. Convenient and trouble-free. You have practiced basic physical skills proficiency +6. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. After practicing 10 times in a row, Xuanqing felt a little tired and sore in his body, so he stopped and took out a nutritional pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, he felt a stream of warm current slowly spreading from his stomach. The fatigue and soreness of the body began to gradually dissipate under the effect of the warm current. It will take about half an hour to completely dissipate. Xuanqing simply dismissed the shadow clone used to teach Minato and Kushina, walked over, and saw that Minato and Kushina had successfully entered the door. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that your understanding and physical talent are very good. In the following months, spend 1 or 2 hours in the morning and afternoon every day to practice this basic physical training, and keep tempering your body. Minato didn't think it was a big deal, but Kushina was reluctant. She was panting and looked very tired and said, every day. 1 or 2 hours in the morning and afternoon. You might as well kill me. This physical training is too tiring. Is there no way to make it easier? Minato listened, and shook his head with a smile without waiting for Xuanqing to speak. What shortcuts are there for physical training and practice? I am very happy that Xuanqing is willing to teach us such a precious basic physical training. This is a precious inheritance that ordinary people like me could not get in the past. So, he became more and more grateful to Xuanqing in his heart. Even the favorability increased by 2 points again, reaching 186 points. Kushina couldn't help rolling her eyes after hearing this. Sissy voices are really annoying. Too serious. Can't you hear that I'm just complaining? She could only look at Xuanqing eagerly. Well, not that there is none. Xuanqing gave a different answer. Minato and Kushina both widened their eyes and looked surprised. Really? Kushina ran over impatiently, hugged Xuanqing's arm, and asked clearly. Minato, who had already made up his mind, was very calm about this. Obviously, he had completely cut off his feelings for Kushina and was temporarily ready to practice and become stronger. Really? Xuanqing nodded, but did not speak in a hurry. Instead, he used his observation haki to sense that there were no people or creatures under surveillance or within a few hundred meters nearby. Then, he leaned over and made a seal on the ground, creating a soundproof barrier covering the 3 people in the surrounding area of dozens of meters. After doing this, he looked at Minato and Kushina with a serious face and said, however, my method is not without cost. This requires you to trust me enough. At the same time, this also involves an important secret of mine. If you agree, although you can get huge benefits afterwards, you will also be subject to me to a certain extent. Are you sure you still want to understand and try? If you don't want to, then just ignore what I said and practice step by step. Well, Xuanqing felt that it was time to bind the 2 people to a contract. Anyway, the favorability of the 2 was enough. In addition, Minato was lucky. He had no shortage of perseverance and talent, and he could persist in the hard basic body training. But Kushina probably doesn't have the patience and perseverance. At this time, she hasn't experienced much hardship, and she doesn't know the importance of sufficient strength. I'm fine. Kushina heard it and raised her hand without hesitation. Being controlled by Xuanqing to a certain extent is not something difficult for her to accept. Anyway, her heart has already fallen on Xuanqing, and she doesn't think Xuanqing will hurt her. Moreover, this way, you can cheat and become stronger easily, why not? I'm fine too. Minato only pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. He looked up at Xuanqing with a firm face and expressed his opinion. Xuanqing chose to trust him and was willing to let him know some secrets. In addition to Xuanqing's selfless dedication before, Minato didn't think this was a difficult decision. Okay. Then I'll give you this opportunity. Xuanqing saw that both of them were determined, and nodded in agreement immediately. With a thought, 2 mysterious runes were condensed directly from the center of his eyebrows. In the surprised eyes of Minato and Kushina, he sent it to the 2 of them and said, touch this mark with your hand, and then choose to agree in your heart, that's it. Okay. Minato and Kushina stared at the mysterious runes in front of them, and without much hesitation, they reached out and touched the runes. The next moment, a voice sounded in their minds at the same time, asking them whether they agreed to bind with Xuanqing by contract. After binding, they will get huge benefits, and at the same time, they will be subject to Xuanqing to a certain extent. Agree. Having decided before, Minato and Kushina naturally did not hesitate and chose to agree directly. The next moment, the rune turned into a stream of light and sank into their bodies along their arms. In the blink of an eye, it entered their sea of Consciousness between their eyebrows and steadily floated on the hands of their sea of consciousness. At the same time, a large amount of information began to flow into their minds. They had to close their eyes and digest it with all their strength. This time, Xuanqing not only gave them some information about the time-space gate, the time-space gate space, and the pirate world, but also passed on some future information about the ninja world to the two. Of course, there is very little information about the future of the ninja world. There is only vague information about the Uzumaki clan's imminent crisis of destruction and the Otsutsuki clan's invasion of the ninja world in the future. It is mainly to make them more aware of the crisis and the motivation to practice more. Xuanqing is not going to let them know. Especially in the future, Kushina and Minato are a pair, and Minato will become the fourth Hokage. Xuanqing will never tell them. Since he has appeared in this world, many things in the future will naturally change completely. The only thing that remains unchanged may be that the Otsutsuki will invade in the future. This initiative is not in his hands, nor in the ninja world. More than 10 minutes later, Minato and Kushina finally digested this information and opened their eyes. Are these all true? Otherworld, pirate world, devil fruit, great swordsman, sea kings, and the future of the ninja world. Minato looked at Xuanqing in confusion and asked. Everything was too unreal. Although he had made bold guesses about Xuanqing's so-called secret before, he was not so bold. He didn't expect the secret to be so big. He understood why Xuanqing was so serious and wanted to bind a contract with them before letting them know. Otherwise, Xuanqing would be in danger. He even thought that this was not enough. Xuanqing should be more cautious. He was deeply moved by Xuanqing's trust. His favorability towards Xuanqing soared by 4 points again, reaching 90 points directly. At this level, they were already friends of life and death, and it was basically impossible for him to betray Xuanqing. Minato is really easy to deal with. Xuanqing couldn't help but smile knowingly when he found out about this. I just admire Minato's grateful character. Xuanqing, is our whirlpool country really going to be destroyed? When did this happen? Does Grandma know? Kushina was also shocked by the gorgeous and magical otherworld information at first. But after receiving the news about the ninja world, especially the whirlpool country and the Uzumaki clan, she no longer cared about the otherworld information, and her heart was full of worries about the whirlpool country and the Uzumaki clan. She was full of worries about her relatives. Facing Kushina's worried eyes, Xuanqing walked over with a smile, reached out and touched her head to comfort her. Don't worry. Long before my mother met with Lord Mito last time, Lord Shui had already received the news that the Uzumaki country was about to be invaded. She even wrote to the current patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Lumming, hoping that he would lead the Uzumaki clan to migrate to Konoha to avoid disaster. But Uzumaki Lumming refused. What? Kushina interrupted Xuanqing's words when she heard this, and said excitedly, why did Grandpa do this? What's wrong with coming to Konoha for refuge? Does he have to wait for the family to be destroyed before he is satisfied? Oh. Xuanqing raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Uzumaki Lumming is your grandfather. Relative. Yeah. Kushina nodded in anger and worry. Is that so? Xuanqing nodded in understanding and said, it's not that he doesn't want to. I'm afraid he can't. Such a big family, even involving the entire whirlpool country, this kind of thing is not something he can decide alone. He must have his own difficulties, don't blame him. And even if he refuses, when he receives the exact news that the 4 major ninja villages have invaded the whirlpool country, Lord Mito will send people to rescue them in time. For this reason, she even made a deal with our Uchiha last time. At that time, we Uchiha will also send Jingshuouchi to rescue the Uzumaki clan. With the binding contract, he doesn't have to worry about these secrets being revealed to outsiders by Kushina and Minato. 2.7 Xuanqing's interests and secrets cannot be disclosed to outsiders. There is a lot of information that even Uzumaki Mito cannot know from Kushina. Kushina can't appeal to Uzumaki Mito. Really? Kushina listened, and immediately turned from worry to joy, and asked with a surprised look. Yes, really. Xuanqing nodded affirmatively, but then warned, but you can't tell this to Mito-sama, and you can't ask her. You can't ask, because it involves some of my secrets, I hope you can understand. In short, don't worry about everything, it will be fine. 0145122208. 171,132,270. Leave it to Mito-sama and my mother. I tell you this information, and I also hope that you can have some sense of crisis, calm down, and work hard to practice. Otherwise, even in the face of such or even more serious crises in the future, you will not have enough strength to solve them, understand? You know, Mito-sama and others can't protect us forever, they will also grow old. In the future, we need to support the sky for the younger generation and face various crises. Quote. Speaking of this, Xuanqing looked at Minato, who was indeed thought and warned. This is also for you, Minato. Don't waste your talent, don't let me down. I will try my best to provide you with the nutrients and conditions for growth. It depends on you how high you can reach in the end. Yeah, Minato listened and nodded seriously. I will not let Xuanqing down for your efforts and expectations. I just want to ask, in the future there will be a race called Otsutsuki invading the ninja world and destroying the ninja world. Is this news true? Can you see the future? This is very important to him. If so, he will work hard from now on. Chapter 48, Uchiha Pharmacy with Hot Sales, Inoshika chose thoughts 2/10. It's true. Xuanqing nodded affirmatively. This also involves the Sage of Six Paths and even the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, the goddess Azuki, which is not suitable for you to know yet. I will tell you more secrets when the time is right. I can indeed see some future information, but it is not comprehensive. He can see his own future. It all depends on the memory of the previous life. But it is enough to fool people. I understand. Minato listened, his expression became more serious, and nodded heavily in his heart. I will work harder to practice and improve my strength to prepare for future crises. This kind of thing cannot be borne by Xuanqing alone. As a member of the ninja world, Minato has no choice but to do this. Just follow the steps, don't push yourself too hard. We still have time. With the resources of two worlds, we will definitely grow up and solve this future crisis. Xuanqing patted Minato on the shoulder and enlightened him. He was a little afraid that Minato would be too serious and desperate. It would be bad if he wasted himself. As for the crisis of Otsutsuki, Xuanqing never took it seriously. There are still decades to go. Not to mention that he still has the resources of the world of pirates. Even if he doesn't, he can only rely on the talent of God's reward for hard work. After decades, if he still can't easily beat Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others and solve the crisis of Otsutsuki, he can just hit his head and die. Saying this is just to motivate Minato and Kushina, to give them more motivation and pressure to practice. Well, I understand. I won't do anything stupid. Minato felt Xuanqing's concern and worry, and smiled. He knows the limit. I will work hard, too. Xuanqing. At this time, Kushina also recovered, looked at Xuanqing seriously, waved his fist and said, I won't let you bear the pressure alone, I will work hard to be your helper. Haha. Okay. After hearing this, Xuanqing laughed loudly, touched Kushina's head and said, then I will rely on you in the future. Right. At this time, Kushina changed the subject and said, Xuanqing, you said before that the way to help us practice physical skills more easily, is it the meat of Sea King's 08. In the information received before, Xuanqing focused on the great benefits of this kind of meat for bodybuilding. He also listed the situations of many physical skills masters in the pirate world. It's obvious that it's telling Kushina and Minato that this is a good thing. Not bad. Xuanqing nodded affirmatively. Sea Kings contain rich high-quality nutrition and vitality, which is very effective in improving physical fitness and strengthening bodybuilding. This is related to my recovery from congenital deficiency. In addition, if it is combined with health-preserving exercises, the effect will be multiplied several times. No more talking, let me teach you health-preserving exercises first. By the way, this is a delicacy made of Sea King's meat. You guys eat first and then we can practice. Quote. As he said that, Xuanqing flipped his hand and took out 3 plates of Sea King's delicacies from the space-time gate, one for each person, and gestured. Wow. Opening parenthesis single quote question mark closing parenthesis. It smells so good, ah. Then I won't be polite. Kushina took her plate, smelled it, her eyes lit up, and her appetite was aroused. Just when she was hungry from practicing basic physical skills, she started eating immediately. Minato was the same. Thanks. You're welcome. Seeing this, Xuanqing also started eating. After a while, the three of them finished the food on the plate. Minato and Kushina both touched their bulging stomachs and said with satisfaction, "So full. This feeling of fullness is too full." In addition, Minato said again, "I feel warm in my stomach, and there are streams of warm currents spreading. My cells seem to be very eager for this warm current. This is much better than the meat he ate in the past. They are totally on a different level. No wonder Xuanqing is so confident about this meat. Yeah, I feel it too." Kushina also nodded repeatedly. "It's normal." Xuanqing smiled knowingly, clapped his hands and said, "Okay. We've finished eating, it's time to start practicing health-preserving exercises. This has a huge effect on accelerating the digestion and absorption of nutrients and vitality in meat, improving physical fitness, improving root bone constitution, improving vitality, and prolonging life. Watch carefully." Xuanqing began to practice and explain the practice of health-preserving exercises to the two. After practicing, he made sure that the two had memorized it, and then continued to teach the two to practice. After more than an hour, it was confirmed that the two had mastered the health-preserving exercises and the Sea King's meat in their stomachs was almost consumed. Xuanqing asked them to stop. Then, he guided the two to climb trees, tread water, and practice chakra control. After a set, it was already noon. Then eat the Sea King's food and repeat the morning practice in the afternoon. Although it was still not easy, neither Minato nor Kushina complained. Especially Kushina, the perseverance and tenacity she showed at this time surprised Xuanqing. It seems that the information from the future really stimulated her and made her grow a lot. That's good, Xuanqing thought with some relief. Time went back to the morning. On the busiest street in Konoha near the guard team, Uchiha's pharmacy officially opened. Because, in Xuanqing's try, Uchiha Zhili had already let Uchiha secretly promote it. The powerful effect of the drugs sold has already attracted the attention of many people. Although most people don't believe it too much, given that Uchiha rarely lies, and many people are still ready to come and take a look. Therefore, the scene was extremely popular as soon as the store opened. After some people who tried to buy it first confirmed that the effects of these drugs were really genuine. Suddenly, the pot exploded. The effect of this nutritional pill is too good. Not only is it highly nutritious and easy to absorb, it can even warm and strengthen the body. Awesome. The body-building potion is also very effective. The conditioning potion is really amazing. After taking one, I feel that many of my illnesses have been cured. Even some difficult-to-treat hidden injuries are like this. For a while, the scene became even more popular. Countless ninjas began to scramble for these drugs. Even if Uchiha tried to prepare as much as possible, the drugs prepared by the store today were still sold out. The turnover directly reached more than 20 million. Of course, there were more stocks on the first day, and many people bought them. The daily supply of goods in the future will definitely be reduced a lot. Unless Xuanqing finds a better production method, or cultivates enough trustworthy pharmaceutical talents, the daily supply may increase. But if all the goods are sold out every day, the daily turnover will not be less than 5 million taels. This is the reward for at least 5 S-level tasks. It's a big profit. Relying on this pharmacy alone, Uchiha will not be short of money in the future. These naturally attracted the attention of the third generation, Danzo and many large and small ninja clans. Most ninja clans and ninjas are mainly concerned about the powerful effects of these drugs. For example, the Ino-Shika-Cho clan, especially the Akamiki clan, are more concerned about the powerful effects of the nutrient pills. At this time, the three clans are in charge of the family. Lucian, Yuya, you all should try it. This is the nutritional pill sold in Uchiha Pharmacy today. Not only is it 30% more nutritious than the best secret food pills of our Akamiki clan. The key is that it has basically no side effects, can perfectly supplement the nutrients needed by the human body, and is very easy to absorb. In addition, it also contains a little vitality. If you take it for a long time and use it as a resource for cultivation, it will not only not harm your body, but will promote your growth, strengthen your body, and slightly improve your life experience. This thing is amazing. I really don't know how Uchiha made it. Although the price is a little expensive, it is totally worth it compared to its efficacy. Akamaiki took out a medicine bottle, took out 2 nutritional pills, and handed them to the 2 old friends opposite. Oh, is it really that good? Nara Lushin and Yamanaka Yuya were also surprised. They knew Akamaiki too well, he was not the kind of person who would lie. Moreover, the Akamaiki clan's level of experience in the art of military pills is also top-notch. This nutritional pill must be good enough to be praised and affirmed by Akamaiki. Immediately, the 2 swallowed a nutritional pill one after another. As the medicine was quickly digested, the 2 soon felt the effects that Akamaiki said. Both of them showed surprise on their faces. It's true. Let's not talk about other things. Just the increase in vitality, even if there is only a tiny amount in one pill, is precious enough. If it is replaced with medicine, it can't achieve this effect unless it is an extremely precious medicine. How did Uchiha do it? It's not possible to add a precious medicine to increase the recovery of vitality. That would be a loss. It shouldn't be. Akamaiki Qfeng shook his head. The person who made this medicine is very clever. I asked the pharmacist in the clan to try to decompose it. Only a small part of the medicinal materials can be decomposed. The main medicine and most of the auxiliary medicines have been specially refined and cannot be analyzed at all. Even those medicinal materials that have been analyzed are just some of the medicinal materials commonly used to make Bingliang pills. Nothing special. This is what Akamaiki Qfeng was amazed at. Obviously, the level of this Uchiha's pharmacist is almost higher than that of everyone in the ninja world. It seems that Uchiha dared to release this medicine for sale, and they are well prepared. Nara Shikiyama smiled knowingly, and then said, in the future, we can buy more. It would be best to meet with Lord Uchiha Zhili and reach a long-term ordering agreement with Uchiha. I expect that there will be many people who want to buy. By then, I'm afraid it will be hard to get it because it will be out of stock. It's best to act in advance, take the first bite of the crab, and swallow the benefits first. As for the subsequent other ninja clans not being able to get a share, this has nothing to do with the 3 clans of Inoshika-cho. Akamaiki Tofu, agree. Yamanaka Yuya, no objection. Well, I will personally hand in the visiting card later. I hope to see it. Nara Shikiyama nodded and said decisively. Then I'll trouble you, Shikiyama. Akamaiki Tofu and Yamanaka Yuya naturally have no objection. But, at this time, Akamaiki Qfeng suddenly smiled with gloating. I predict that relying on this alone, Chia's daily income will not be low, millions of taels. Relying on this alone, Uchiha will not be too short of money in the future. Some people may have a headache. Hee. Although they are all disciples of the 2nd generation, there are still big differences. Akamaiki Qfeng has been very low-key in recent years. Not only because he himself is not ambitious, the Inoshika-cho clan also pursues a low profile. It is also because of the exclusion and secret suppression of the 3rd generation. He chose to give in because he saw through the true face of the 3rd generation. Even the Inoshika-cho clan gave the Sarutobi clan earrings that symbolize the Brotherhood alliance. Choose to rely on and submit to the 3rd generation. Even so, the Inoshika-cho clan has been suppressed and targeted by the 3rd generation in recent years. The intention to weaken the 3 clans is obvious. The most straightforward point is that the 3rd generation allowed Danzo to force them to forcibly select some geniuses from their 3 tribes to join his so-called roots. Moreover, once they join, they basically lose contact with the tribe. You can completely regard this tribe member as dead. This makes the Inoshika-cho tribes feel angry and aggrieved, but they can do nothing about it. Because now the 3rd generation is powerful and in power. Being patient does not mean having no temper. Compared with Inoshika-cho, Uchiha is the 3rd generation's biggest worry. Yes, it used to be Senju. But now Senju is almost gone. A while ago, Uchiha's reform of the guard team and clan school has already caused headaches for the 3rd generation. Especially recently, because of the reform of the guard team, Uchiha no longer handles ordinary civil disputes, and throws them all to the newly formed 3rd Guard Battalion. Uchiha's reputation among villagers and even many of the 500 small ninja clans has also begun to improve. At present, because it is still a short time, it is not obvious. But Akamiki and Qfeng can foresee that Uchiha's reputation in the village will only get better and better in the future. Now Uchiha has a new source of income, tisk tisk. Just thinking about it, you can foresee the frustration of the third generation. But Uchiha Zhili is still in good health and his strength has returned to its peak. The third generation doesn't even dare to target him much. It's good, isn't it? Nara Shikiyama smiled slightly. The powerful Uchiha in the past was not in our interest. But compared to watching the third generation suppress us, watching the 4 tribes of Sarutobi and Shimura suck the blood of many ninjas and civilians in the village, and stepping on our heads to grow stronger, I would rather the Uchiha grow stronger. At least, they can't suppress us without bottom line and suck our blood. If there is a regret pill, he would never support the third generation to take the throne. You can't know a person's heart by his face. Indeed. Akamiki Qfeng and Yamanaka Yu also nodded in agreement. Okay. Let's not waste time, I'll go to press the visiting card first. Otherwise it's too late. With that, Nara Shikiyama got up and walked out. At the same time, in the Senju tribe. Tisk tisk. Grandma, look, my apprentice is amazing. Even this kind of nutrient pill can be mass-produced. I bet this is definitely a weakened version. Tsunade took a nutritional pill and said in amazement. At this time, Xuanqing and Kushina had finished learning the sealing technique for today and cancelled the shadow clone here. Isn't it obvious? Uzumaki Mito listened and smiled faintly. Even life potions can be made, and nutritional pills with better efficacy can naturally be made. But this is good enough. No matter how good it is, it will be completely targeted. If that's the case, even Uchiha may not be able to save it. So, don't say this in the future. This is enough for me to restore the vitality I lose in daily life. It can even gradually strengthen my physique. Maybe, I should pick up the physical training again. If the physique can be further strengthened, it will not only improve her strength, but also slightly extend her life and peak period. That's right. Tsunade listened and nodded a little sternly. I will keep it a secret. After all, he is my disciple and our benefactor. Although treating Uzumaki Mito is just a deal between the two parties. But neither Tsunade nor Uzumaki Mito really think so. However, the monkeys will probably have a headache. Hee. I am looking forward to their helpless and furious look. Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. She is very vindictive. Haha. Isn't this better? Tsunade also raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled coldly. Chapter 49 Danzo. Seeing Uchiha make money is more painful than me losing money, 3/10. That's right. At this time, Uzumaki Mito said to Tsunade, you go to Uchiha and find Uchiha Zhili, and order some nutritional pills, bodybuilding medicines and the like from him for a long time. Huh. Tsunade listened and said in confusion, why? If you need it, just buy it from Xuanqing. It's different. Uzumaki Mito shook his head. That's extra, we have to fight for the obvious share. First, it hides the fact that we can buy extra nutritional pills from Xuanqing. Second, we have to occupy enough shares for Senju and the Uzumaki clan who will definitely join in the future, right? Don't they need nutritional pills to enhance their strength? If we don't occupy it, this share will belong to others. It is not wise to sacrifice one's own interests to enhance others. That's right. Tsunade finally reacted, and stuck out his tongue a little embarrassedly and said, I forgot all these things. Then I'll go now. You should also think more about the family's affairs, and you can't continue to be so lazy. Uzumaki Mito shook his head helplessly. This is because she protected him too well, and he never had to worry about the family's affairs. How could he ignore such an important issue? Hee. Isn't there grandma? I'm leaving first. Tsunade had a bad premonition when he heard it, and hurriedly ran away. It's better to leave this matter to Nawaki. Grandma should just give Nawaki what these family heads need to learn. She is optimistic about her stupid brother. It's just right to help him open his mind and save him from being so naive and stupid. In addition, many other ninja clans, such as Hyuga, Aburame, Inazuka, and other ninja clans also reacted differently. But they were very eager for these drugs. Some of them were also ready to take action. At this time, in the Hokage's office, Damn, I've always heard that Uchiha is going to open a pharmacy, but I didn't pay attention to it. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Uchiha Yin is so hidden. When did they master such powerful pharmaceutical technology and formula? Uchiha Kaharu said with an annoyed face. Seeing the enemy making a lot of money is like losing money for her. Moreover, the other party has good things in his hands, and she can't wait to get them and make this money herself. Mitokado Homura on the side also frowned slightly and said, since Uchiha Zhili got better a while ago, Cheng Ziaki has changed. We still don't know how Uchiha changed. We only know that it has a deep relationship with Uchiha Zhili, and we don't know anything else. It's such a failure. Obviously, they were well informed about the internal news of Uchiha before. Recently, they are like blind and can't find out the real news of Uchiha. Some people who were originally brainwashed began to waver, and the information they gave was unreliable. Uncomfortable. Hey, how could I not know all this? But what can we do? We have no good way to deal with Uchiha now. The third generation listened and said worriedly while smoking a dry pipe. The most troublesome thing is obviously him, the Hokage, okay. Hiruzen, this can't go on. At this time, Danzo couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. I see that this pharmacy is making a lot of money every day. With this alone, Uchiha may not be short of money in the future. If this goes on, we will be more and more unable to restrict and suppress them. Their strength will only become stronger and stronger, and their arrogance will only become more and more arrogant. Why not just close their store and force them to hand over the formula of the medicine to the village in the name of the village? After all, these can be regarded as strategic materials. How can they be controlled by individual families? As long as you agree, I can do it. Danzo is more jealous and radical than Uchiha Kaharu. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Kaharu and the others were shocked. Several people hurriedly dissuaded him. Danzo, calm down. Don't do this. If you really do this, there will be big problems. That's right. The third generation also nodded, looked at Danzo seriously and said, you can't do this. It's not legitimate. At that time, not only will Uchiha disagree, but other ninja clans will also oppose it. Today you can force Uchiha to hand over the prescription with such a ridiculous reason, tomorrow you can force the ninja clans to hand over the family secrets or something. This loophole cannot be opened. Otherwise, they and the families behind them will definitely be torn apart by other ninja clans in Konoha. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are not the only one who can be the Hokage. If we recognize you, you are the Hokage. If we don't recognize you, then you are nothing. Even Uchiha can't compete with the entire village, so can you, Sonobi, and the other 4 tribes. What should we do? We can't just do nothing and watch Uchiha grow stronger day by day, right? Danzo said angrily. He felt that Sarutobi was too conservative and had too many concerns. The combined strength of the 4 tribes, plus Anbu and the root, was enough to deal with Uchiha. They could even use the benefits of this medicine to attract some ninjas to stand with them. Instead of spending a lot of money to buy it from Uchiha every month, it would be better to contribute this prescription, right? Unfortunately, his idea was destined not to be approved by the third generation. Don't say it. This method can't be used. We will find an exception. The third generation saw that Danzo was still not giving up and was trying to trick him, so they immediately frowned and said firmly. Kr. Danzo looked at the third generation angrily, speechless for a while, and simply turned his back to the third generation, and sulked. At this time, he is not the future dark perfect ninja world. Otherwise, he should have said directly to the third generation, Sarutobi, you will regret it. Then, he slammed the door and left. At this time, Uchiha Kaharu couldn't help but say to you in the mountain, Yushin, what Danzo said is not without reason. We can't just sit back and watch Uchiha continue to grow so strong. We must find a way to suppress their growth. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the teacher's hard work in the past? In fact, these are all polite words. The real reason is still profit. Konoha's cake is so big. The market for drugs is so big. The money is all earned by Uchiha. What do they earn? Are they going to send their clansmen to risk their lives and do dangerous tasks? These were previously done by Uchiha, Senju, and other big ninjas are civilian cannon fodder ninjas. As Konoha's high-ranking officials, how could the families behind them do such a thankless job? Just wait. The opportunity will come back soon. The third generation pondered for a moment, and said faintly, in the past 2 years, the major ninja villages have gradually recovered their vitality. Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and even Sand Shinobi began to stir, and the war factions in each village began to rise. They are not satisfied with the existing interests. A new war is coming. And if you want to kill people without bloodshed, there is only war. Only in wartime do we have the greatest authority. Once a war breaks out, we have a legitimate and irresistible reason to command any family of ninja to perform any mission. Even if the mission fails and people die, it's no big deal. It can be a glorious sacrifice for the village. These can't be done in peacetime, what do you think? He actually doesn't like war. He hopes that the ninja world will be peaceful, and everyone can sit down and talk about any conflicts, instead of fighting all day long. It's really that the death of his teacher last time left a huge shadow in his heart. It scared him. He hated war. He was afraid that he and his family would die on the battlefield. But now, he changed his mind. Perhaps, he didn't have to go to the battlefield himself, he could just ask others to go. Aren't you Uchiha strong? Don't you want to make a name for yourself and seize the position of Hokage? Sure, I'll give you this chance, go to the battlefield and seize it. As long as you can come back alive, hee. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were stunned and frowned. Mitokado Homura was very worried and said, Hiruzen, is a new war coming? Yes. The third generation nodded affirmatively. From all the signs, it is true. In 1 or 2 years at the shortest, 3 or 5 years at the longest, the war will inevitably break out. The recent crisis in the land of whirlpools is actually a manifestation of the impending outbreak of war. The fighting factions in each village are trying to obtain a strong enough sealing technique and even a suitable Jinchuriki carrier from the Uzumaki clan, so as to successfully seal the tailed beast and create qualified Jinchuriki as a war weapon. Other manifestations are everywhere. You have also handled many things, it is impossible that you are not aware of this. Don't be lucky. Isn't this war an opportunity? Haha. Hiruzen, you finally got it. At this time, Danzo turned around at some point and said with a grim smile, to deal with Uchiha, this extreme method should be used. That's right. War will be our weakening Uchiha, the best weapon to weaken other ninja clans. As long as we are in power, they have to obey the mobilization orders during the war. Just like the last war. Quote, the Senju clan was still in its heyday at that time, and many people opposed them taking power and Sarutobi as Hokage. If Uzumaki Mito had not chosen to support them, they would never have succeeded in taking power and gaining a foothold. As a result, what is happening now? The Senju clan is already on the decline, and the most elite were almost completely lost in the last war. The side branches were also completely dismembered by their plan to integrate the second generation of Senju into the civilian population. Many of the diehard Senju members were eliminated bit by bit through various dangerous missions in war and peacetime. Look at how much strength and prestige the Senju have left in the village now. The main reason is that most of the Senju clan members are straightforward. Their minds are full of Konoha's glory. They regard Konoha as the private property of the Senju. As long as they use Konoha as a trick, they will succeed. They can easily carry out the mission of sending themselves to death for this. This time, they can completely replicate the means of World War I to target Uchiha and even the Senju who are dead but not stiff. Danzo even thought that Uzumaki Mito was too annoying. Why didn't he die earlier? That way, he could secretly trick or kidnap the remaining Senju descendants to conduct the wood-style experiment he had been waiting for a long time. If he could replicate the wood style, would Konoha still have any opponents? If he could master the wood style, wouldn't the position of Hokage be easy to grasp? Danzo. The third generation listened, and although they agreed in their hearts, they still scolded Danzo with a stern face on the surface, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Everything we do is for Konoha, not out of selfishness. Ha ha ha. Danzo couldn't help laughing wildly after hearing this. Yes, yes, yes. Everything is for Konoha. Everything is for Konoha. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are much more vicious than me. Much more hypocritical. Danzo is always bold and responsible most of the time, not hypocritical. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is different. He is both responsible and independent. Perhaps, this is why you, Sarutobi, were able to become Hokage in the first place. Very insidious. It seems that I have to learn a lot from you in the future. Let's start by holding high the banner of Konoha. Hee. Danzo sneered in his heart. 5 days have passed in a flash. These days, the third generation has not made any big moves. Instead, the various ninja clans could not help but visit Uchiha Zhili one after another to discuss the ordering of drug shares. With the current output of Xuanqing, it is naturally impossible to meet all the needs of everyone. But every ninja clan that came to the door, more or less, gained some gains and obtained some shares. Among them, Inoshika Cho, who responded the fastest, and Tsunade, who had the best relationship with Xuanqing, obtained the most shares. In addition, Uchiha Zhili did not choose to give all the shares to the various ninja clans. Instead, 30% was kept and sold at Uchiha Pharmacy. Although, some of these will still be bought by people from major ninja clans. But under the single-person purchase limit, many small and medium-sized ninja clans and civilian ninjas can still buy some. These people bought, except for bodybuilding potions, such as nutritional pills and conditioning potions, which they were reluctant to use during training. They were kept for use when they were on missions and encountered danger. If used well, they can save lives. Because of Uchiha Zhili's request, Xuanqing could only ask Konoha to help make some medicines every day to increase the production area. Of course, as a price, he needs to use high-quality green plum wine as a reward. In addition, a batch of Chinese medicine books must be provided regularly, and the supply cannot be interrupted. In order not to increase the workload, Xuanqing had to agree. Perhaps, I should ask some pharmaceutical doctors from Magnetic Drum Island to do it for me. Good, Xuanqing thought suddenly. At least, it is not a problem for these drugs with reduced efficacy even if the doctors learn the formula. Because most of them can also prepare similar medicines with the rich resources of the pirate world. Especially the nutritional pills with 10% effect. This thing will definitely not sell well in the pirate world. Because it is a chicken rib. Too expensive and too impractical. With this money, it is better to buy a few kilograms of Sea King's meat directly, and the effect is much stronger. Immediately, Xuanqing communicated this idea with Konoha. Haha. Konoha laughed loudly after hearing this. You should have done this a long time ago. You can open a drug factory in a nearby town specializing in the production of these drugs. In this way, you don't have to bother me, a busy man. Haha. Xuanqing smiled embarrassedly after hearing this, and then rubbed his hands and said, but you know, I don't have much reputation here, and I may need to rely on your reputation to open a factory. Please come forward to help me manage it and hire some pharmaceutical people. Quote. I am willing to support you with 500 bottles of top-grade green plum wine, plus 10 kilograms of gold as a reward, how about it? If others don't know, how can he not know Konoha's prestige in this country? Ordinary citizens may not know much about her, but the high-ranking officials of the kingdom are definitely well-known. Even Xuanqing suspected that the king of the Magnetic Drum Island and even many high-ranking officials were in awe of Konoha. Otherwise, why could she easily occupy the palace as her residence after the next king Wapol messed up and was expelled in the future? Wapol shouldn't have taken action against her. Oh. Konoha heard it, raised her eyebrows slightly and said, very generous. Okay. In order to make it easier for us later, I promised long about this. The agreed reward must not be less. In addition, buying land, building factories, hiring people, and building material channels all cost money. Are you sure you have so much money? Chapter 50. Various ninja villages move. Something is going to happen in Whirlpool Country, 4/10. Well, let's wait a few days. Let me make some money first. Xuanqing decided immediately. In his opinion, it would be quite troublesome to exchange a large amount of gold with paper money in the ninja world. You have to go to the capital of the Fire Country and find the daimyo or the high-level officials of the Fire Country to exchange. Because these things are originally in their hands. It is used to stabilize the currency. Anyway, now that the flying mount is already available, the ninja eagle Xiaohei can fully carry him to an altitude of 10,000 meters and fly to Sky Island. Just take some time to go to Sky Island with his mother to get a batch of gold to deal with the emergency. At this time, the golden city of Sky Island was still buried in the clouds. The people of Sky Island and Shandia didn't care about the gold and didn't touch it. In fact, it might still be a period of war at this time. Getting gold is much easier than in the Enel period. Well, by the way, you can also look for thunder fruit, get the thunder fruit first. In addition, if Enel is easy to fool, you can also fool him to increase his favorability, and then bind him to be my future thug. After all, this guy's talent is still very good. It's worth training. The premise is that he is easy to fool. Whatever. When you are ready, tell me. Be quick. I don't want to make these inferior potions for you every day. I don't know why you make these. You are not a black-hearted businessman, are you? Hee hee. Konoha sneered. Ahaha. How could it be? Xuanqing smiled and touched the back of his head. Although he made a lot of money from these potions, he was not a black-hearted businessman, right? The people of Konoha rushed to buy them, and they thought that we Uchiha had a conscience. It can only be said that the national conditions are different. When he went back that day, Xuanqing told his mother about this matter. Okay. Then go to Sky Island to get gold tomorrow. Uchiha Zhili naturally had no objection. You can never have too much money. With so much gold, the sooner you pocket it, the sooner you can feel at ease. By the way, she was also very curious about devil fruit, especially thunder fruit, which was known as the strongest devil fruit in Logia, and wanted to take a look. As for whether to eat it or not, let's talk about it later. Yeah, Xuanqing nodded with satisfaction. By the way, at this time, Uchiha Zhili asked, I've been very busy recently and haven't paid attention to you. I heard from Makoto that you have bound Uzumaki Kushina and a child named Namikaze Minato. Why so suddenly? You have only been in school for a few days, and you have successfully raised the favorability of the two people. Kushina is fine, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she is not bad in talent. But if she remembers correctly, the one named Namikaze Minato is the original future 4th Hokage of 503, right? Uchiha Zhili remembered what Xuanqing had told her. She didn't expect her son to be able to get him so quickly. Of course, it is impossible to increase the favorability so quickly without hard work. Yes, Xuanqing smiled and nodded. Children are relatively simple-minded, and it is easier to increase the favorability. Let's not talk about Kushina. With the help of Sister Makoto and the support of Lord Mito, it is easier to deal with her. Plus she has good talent, so we signed a contract. As for Minato, although he is a commoner, he has great talent. I am actually optimistic about his future. Plus he has a good character and knows how to be grateful, so his favorability increased rapidly. Uchiha Zhili nodded in understanding. Since we have already signed the contract, let's train them well. They can also become your assistants in the future. Invite them to visit our home when you are free. By the way, have you taken them to the pirate world? Not yet. Xuanqing shook his head. These days I have been teaching them basic physical skills, chakra control and health training. I haven't had time yet. I will talk about it in a few days. Yeah, Uchiha Zhili understood. He was about to continue talking. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Uchiha Zhili paused slightly, and with a glance of his observation color, he found that it was Uchiha 7th generation, and his expression suddenly froze. He immediately stood up and walked out, opened the gate and asked, 7th generation, what happened? Grand Elder, the informants of Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi have reported back that a group of elite ninjas from their villages have disappeared. Especially Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, Raikage and Mizukage have not shown up for a day. Also, the news came back from the Whirlpool country that the spies from various ninja villages who were secretly investigating and making trouble in the past 2 days have suddenly disappeared. The people in the intelligence department of the clan and I have judged that these 3 major ninja villages should have sent people to attack the Whirlpool country. The reason why the spies in the Whirlpool country disappeared is obviously the calm before the storm. It is a deliberate gesture to paralyze the Whirlpool country. When the elite troops of each ninja village arrive, they may be waiting for a thunderbolt. Uchiha 7th generation reported to Uchiha Zhili with a serious face and judged. Paying close attention to these things is the only thing Uchiha Zhili has given him recently. Tashiro naturally dares not slack off in order to treat them with the highest standards. Uchiha Zhili frowned and said, "Your judgment should be correct. It should be time to take action. I will immediately go to Uzumaki Mito to discuss the dispatch of troops. You immediately send someone to notify the second elder, the third elder and the fourth elder to go to the tribe square to wait for me. Also, pass on my order to summon the elite 1st and 2nd battalions of the guard team to assemble and stand by quickly, ready to follow me to fight at any time. The elite guard team currently has 3 battalions of 64 people, a total of 192 people. Almost 70% of the elites in the tribe are included. The weakest are all at the level of 2 Magatama elite Chunin. Those who cannot meet this standard cannot join the elite guard team. 30% are Jonin or even elite Jonin. It can be seen that the Uchiha at this time was powerful. Yes, Uchiha 7th generation immediately took the order and left. Uchiha Zhili hurried back to the house and said to Xuanqing and Makoto, "Something happened in the country of whirlpools. I have to see them immediately." Uzumaki Mito. It is estimated that we will send troops to the land of whirlpools soon. To ensure that everything goes well, I have to go there in person. However, I will leave a shadow clone at home. You can contact my shadow clone at any time if you have any questions. I will teleport back as soon as possible. These days, don't go to school or even outside the clan. Just stay in the clan. If you want to go out, go to the pirate world, so that some stinky rats in the dark will not take advantage of my absence to do some shameful things and hurt you. Uchiha Zhili obviously did not intend to give Danzo and the others any chance. $789. Xuanqing and Makoto both nodded. In addition, I will leave Uchiha Liuhuo to lead the elite guard team's 3rd brigade to lead the other middle genin in the clan to patrol the clan closely during this period, so as not to give others any chance to spy on Uchiha. Also, the pharmacy will be closed for these days. The medicines produced these days will be kept for now. When I come back, I will open it and sell them together. Uchiha Zhili said again. Xuanqing and Makoto, okay. Well, that's it. I'm leaving first. Uchiha Zhili thought about it and made sure there was nothing missing, so he was ready to split a shadow clone. But Xuanqing thought about it and stopped him. Don't. Mom, you are going to participate in the war this time, and you may meet the 3rd Raikage, Mizukage and Tsuchikage. It's better not to split the chakra. I have a better way for us to keep in touch at any time. Xuanqing said. The 3rd Raikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage are not easy to deal with, so it is better to let your mother be careful and save some strength. Oh, what method? Uchiha Zhili stopped his hand and asked curiously. In fact, it is an alternative use of the space-time gate space. Xuanqing smiled knowingly and said, I can set aside a small space in the space-time gate space, which is specially used for us to communicate and spread rumors. I will divide a mailbox-like space for each binder. If we need to send a message to any binder, just send the letter or note directly into the corresponding small space. At that time, the corresponding person will automatically receive a reminder of the space-time gate mark in the Sea of Consciousness. How about it? It's just that this level of setting is easy for Xuanqing, who controls the space-time gate space. Can it be like this? This is a good idea. Uchiha Zhili and Makoto's eyes lit up when he heard it. I didn't expect that the space-time gate space could be played like this. Then let's do as you said. Let's try it now, Uchiha Zhili urged immediately. Okay. Xuanqing immediately thought and directly divided such a space in the space-time gate space. Then divided several small mailbox spaces in it, Ida, and the top 5 of them were respectively branded with the names of Xuanqing and others. At the same time, after setting up the reminder function, he said to Uchiha Zhili, it's okay. You try it. Okay. Uchiha Zhili tried it immediately. No surprise, it's completely feasible. Okay, then use this, I won't leave Shadow Clone at home. You all should pay attention to safety. I'm leaving. After that, Uchiha Zhili flashed away and rushed to the Senju tribe. Leaving Xuanqing and Makoto looked at each other. I am still too young and too weak, otherwise, there is no need to make my mother so worried. I can't apply to join the war directly. Xuanqing said with regret. It's not a good thing to rely on my mother to support everything. Don't think too much. Makoto listened, smiled and pinched Xuanqing's cheek and said, you also said that we are still young. It will be fine when we grow up. These years, we have been practicing hard, and sooner or later we can help my aunt. Besides, you haven't done nothing. If it weren't for you, my aunt wouldn't have recovered, and Uchiha wouldn't have become more united and powerful. Even I can't have the current strength. You have done a good job. Don't rush to grow up. Just take it step by step. She has seen the changes in the family for more than a month. It can be said that it is different every day. The clan members who were originally divided into several factions and scattered and divided also quickly merged into one in this process. Until now, there are basically no doves, hawks, centrists, etc. Xuanqing has made great contributions to this matter. Okay. Xuanqing pushed away the hand that pinched his cheek after hearing Makoto's words, and said helplessly. For some reason, he seemed to feel the glory of motherhood from Makoto's words and expression just now. He was speechless. He suffered a loss because of his young age. In Uchiha Zhili, he rushed to the Senju tribe as quickly as possible, and after reporting, he soon met Uzumaki Mito. Chiri, what's the matter that makes you anxious to see me? Uzumaki Mito obviously hadn't received the news yet, and asked in confusion. Haha, it seems that the news from Senju is delayed. I just don't know if the village has received the news. Uchiha Chiri teased, and then said seriously, let's talk business. I, Uchiha, just received news from various villages in the land of whirlpools. Then, Akiya Chiri quickly told Uzumaki Mito the details. Then he said, so, I judge that the three major ninja villages except the Sand Village have sent elite troops to the land of whirlpools and are ready to take action. What? Uzumaki Mito's face changed drastically after hearing this, and she stood up excitedly. After a little thought, she judged, your inference is correct. I will gather the elite of the clan and set off immediately in half an hour, please hurry up and get more people on your side as soon as possible. It's extremely urgent. She was also very annoyed. Not only the intelligence network of the tribe is too useless, but also the intelligence network of the village. Of course, she also suspected that the village might have received the news, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not inform him in time. This is not impossible. For a moment, Uzumaki Mito was even more dissatisfied with the third generation. She had the urge to kill them. But she knew that now was not the time to worry about these things. You don't need to tell me, I'm ready, the troops should have been assembled and ready to go at any time. Uchiha Zhili waved his hand lightly. Oh, Uzumaki Mito was slightly stunned, but soon realized that it should be the elite guard team that Uchiha had set up. Thank you. Please wait a moment. I'll be ready soon. Uzumaki Mito thanked him immediately and went out to call the Senju tribe members on duty nearby. Order him to immediately rush the elites of the clan, something has happened to the Uzumaki clan. Because, Uzumaki Mito had already made preparations in the clan, selected the personnel, and finalized these items. So, in just 10 minutes, all the personnel were there. Even Tsunade was called up. There are only 43 elites left in these Senju. Among them, there are 7 elite Jonin, 6 ordinary Jonin, and the rest are Chunin. This is almost 90% of the elites of Senju. More than half of them are descendants of Senju who have been separated and integrated into the civilians. However, during this period, they have been temporarily living in the Senju clan for most of the time, always ready. Otherwise, they can't be summoned so quickly. Compared to Uchiha, it is not a bit shabby. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was there, Uzumaki Mito immediately said to Uchiha Yuri. Yes. Immediately, the group quickly left the Senju clan land and rushed to the main gate of Konoha. Uchiha Yuri also sent a shadow clone to the Uchiha clan land to take the clan members who were going to the expedition to wait at the clan gate. It just so happened that this was the only way to leave the village, which was convenient for joining. The reason why I didn't come back directly to wait with people first was because I was afraid of causing misunderstandings. But the movements of Senju and Uchiha still attracted the attention of Anbu and the root. And they were reported to the third generation in Danzo as soon as possible. And the elite Senju set out to the village gate, and were noticed by many ninjas along the way. For a while, many ninjas speculated and wanted to know what happened that could attract the elite Senju to come out, and even Uzumaki Mito went out in person. In the Hokage's office. What did you say? There is an unusual movement of elites gathering in Uchiha, and Lord Mito has urgently summoned dozens of Senju elites to rush to the village gate with Uchiha Zhili. 1. The third generation received this news and their faces changed drastically. Suddenly realizing something, they couldn't help but glare at Danzo on the side, and then called Minister Anbu and ordered, "Hurry up and rush the Anbu of the 2 battalions to gather at the village gate and follow me to the expedition." Yes. Minister Anbu immediately took the order and left. Danzo also summoned a root ninja who was on standby outside to go to the Anbu base to call dozens of root elites who had already gathered to go out with Anbu. Chapter 51. Third Generation. Danzo, it's all your fault, shameless third generation 5/10. After Anbu, who came to report the news, left, the third generation walked to the next room and put on their battle uniforms, complaining to Danzo, "Danzo, it's all your fault. If you hadn't asked me to suppress the news temporarily and not to inform Lord Mito in a hurry, we wouldn't be so passive now. Lord Mito must have known about our little tricks. I'm afraid he will be more dissatisfied with us." It turned out that the village had really received the news. In fact, it was half an hour faster than Uchiha. The third generation was going to notify Uzumaki Mito as soon as possible, but was stopped by Danzo. He said to wait and see, and delay it. It would be best to control the time when they arrive at the Whirlpool country. When the Whirlpool country has suffered heavy losses, the Uzumaki clan has also suffered heavy losses, and arrive when the clan is on the verge of extinction. In this way, they can smoothly receive the Uzumaki clan's legacy while also breaking the Senju arm. Let the Senju completely lose the possibility of struggling to rise again. Otherwise, if the Uzumaki clan is really saved, given Uzumaki Mito's personality and the situation of the Senju, she is likely to force the Uzumaki clan to relocate and join Konoha. By then, the Senju and the Uzumaki will definitely join forces and breathe out of the same nostril. The strength will surge. Moreover, with the help of the Uzumaki, the Senju will definitely recover their vitality and strength quickly. This is what neither Danzo nor the third generation want to see. Therefore, the third generation was persuaded again and made a decision that was contrary to the previous decision. Then there is the current passiveness. What's the point of saying this now? You agreed to it before. Let's go quickly and stop Master Mito. I didn't expect her to react so quickly. The Senju definitely don't have such a powerful intelligence network now. It must be the work of the Uchiha clan. Didn't they say that Uchiha is also gathering troops, and Uchiha is still with Master Mito? Obviously, they probably reached a cooperation agreement without our knowledge. Master Mito invited Uchiha to help the Uzumaki clan. Damn it, Danzo said angrily. Uchiha again. This messed up their plans. Yes. After hearing this, the third generation looked gloomy. Who could have thought that Mito Tianran Uchiha and Tiancheng would cooperate like this? She obviously no longer trusts us. She would rather cooperate with her old enemy Uchiha than trust us. I just don't know what conditions she agreed to Uchiha for this. I hope the situation won't be too bad. He was very afraid that the Senju and Uchiha would form an alliance. If that happens, he will be in danger in the future. Let's go. Immediately, the third generation hurriedly left the Hokage's office, joined the Anbu and Root ninjas outside the Hokage building, and rushed to the village gate. When they hurriedly arrived at the village gate, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Zhili had already walked out of the village with the elite troops of the 2 tribes. Mr. Mito, please stay. Where are you going with all these people? The third generation, with Danzo and several Anbu, stopped Uzumaki Mito and his group and asked in a pretended puzzled manner. Uchiha Chiri couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. They are still so hypocritical at this time. Are they treating Uzumaki Mito as a fool? Especially the third generation, they were so smart that they gathered so many Anbu and Root ninjas in a short time. Isn't this telling Uzumaki Mito that they already knew something happened in the Whirlpool country and what you are going to do now, so they brought people here specially? Uchiha Chiri felt that she had overestimated the intelligence of the third generation and Danzo. Uzumaki Mito is not stupid, how could she not see it? Especially when she heard Uchiha Chiri's sneer, she just felt it was extremely harsh. Didn't you already know this? Why are you still asking me now? What's the point of pretending to be confused? Are you kidding me? Uzumaki Mito stared at the third-generation members angrily and questioned them. No, Master Mito, you misunderstood. The third generation was also regretful at this time. I miscalculated. But he still tried to save face and explained, you must be talking about the Whirlpool country. In fact, we just received the news. We are gathering the team and preparing to notify you. But I didn't expect you to have already started to act. At this point, he looked at Uchiha Zhili deeply and said, but I didn't expect Uchiha to be so well informed, even better than the village's news channels. Hey, Uchiha Zhili sneered after hearing this, don't flatter us, Uchiha. We can't afford it. The reason why we can collect the news so quickly is that we have sent people to keep an eye on the movements of several major ninja villages in the Whirlpool country. There is something abnormal in the Whirlpool country. You and I have known about this for more than a month. Mito seems to have asked for help from the village, hoping that the village would take it seriously, pay more attention, and tell her as soon as there is news. Unfortunately, some people obviously don't think so. Also, you are taking us with you now. Are you deliberately trying to delay time and buy time for other ninja villages to eliminate the Uzumaki clan? Want to pass the blame? No way. You are not. We are not. The third generation and Danzo were speechless by Uchiha Yuri's words. Especially the last sentence, which can be said to be a heartbreaking word. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's eyes change again, the third generation waved their hands and explained, we are actually here to join you and go to reinforce together. Master Mito, look, Danzo and I have brought more than half of the Anbu and the Root Elite. In addition, we can do this, Master Mito, why don't you stay in the village? You are the pillar of the village. If you leave, I am worried that there will be problems in the village. It will be spied on by someone with ulterior motives. Quote. Leave the Uzumaki clan to Qian and Danzo. Because they were wrong from the beginning, the third generation couldn't even show a tough tone at this time, and they just felt very aggrieved. No need. Uzumaki Mito heard it and waved his hand with a cold face. I have to go alone this time. No one else can replace me. In order for the Uzumaki clan to not be coveted in the future and to survive safely, I have to convince them to move to Konoha. And if I want to convince them, I have to do it myself. None of you can do it. However, since you all brought people here, then let's go together. No matter what the third generation had in mind before. Obviously, since they took the initiative to bring people together, Uzumaki Mito certainly didn't plan to let them go back and continue to stay in the village. To be honest, I took away 90% of the elite Senju this time. Even Tsunade is no exception. If the third generation and if Danzo continued to stay in the village, she was really worried that these two bastards would take the opportunity to do something to Senju and Nawaki. Even if the possibility was extremely low, she couldn't take the risk. Senju couldn't stand the tossing. In addition, Uchiha also took away most of the elites of the tribe this time, and the strength left in the village was also greatly reduced. They also needed to be on guard against the third generation and Danzo. Therefore, it was the best choice to take the third generation with them. As for the third generation, would they secretly make trouble and hinder them when they went to the Whirlpool country? It's better than leaving them in the village, isn't it? Keeping them under close supervision is the best choice. Quote. The third generation was stunned when they heard it. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to say that. He felt that he had miscalculated again. Danzo on the side also had a gloomy face, but he hid behind the third generation and didn't dare to show his head. Because, most of the things against Senju in these years were handled by him. He was quite afraid of Uzumaki Mito, afraid that she would punch him directly and kill him. So, it would be better for the third generation to deal with this matter by themselves. Although, he felt very bad and unhappy at this time. Isn't it appropriate? The third generation said with an ugly face. The village also needs power to protect it, especially when there are unusual movements in the major ninja villages. What if their target is not the Whirlpool country, but Konoha? At that time, Konoha, which is powerless, may be attacked by them. As a Hokage, I can't sit idly by and watch this happen. How about letting Danzo take the secretly lost ninja to go with you? Or you stay and let me and Danzo go? He was really a little worried about the stability of the village. Especially today, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha suddenly gathered a large number of elites and hurriedly left the village. At this time, many ninjas in the village may have been alarmed. They don't know what happened, right? Hey! Uzumaki Mito sneered after hearing this, glanced at the third generation and Danzo and said, then it's up to you. You stay in the village, Danzo, take the Anbu and the people from the route and follow us. Let's go. Time waits for no one, hurry up and catch up. With that, Uzumaki Mito waved his hand, and set off again with Uchiha Zhili and the elite troops of Senju and Uchiha, and quickly went far away. Hiruzen, you are really... Danzo was left staring at the third generation with a gloomy face. Looking at his expression, it seemed as if he wanted to bite the third generation to death. Isn't this just putting the blame on him and pushing him into the fire pit? Let him follow Uzumaki Mito, who knows if Uzumaki Mito will be angry with him on the way and beat him up. 191,313. The third generation naturally understood this, and understood Danzo was not sure why he was resentful. He coughed awkwardly and comforted him, don't worry. Danzo Shueishin is actually very easy to get along with. As long as you don't provoke her on the way and try to cooperate with her, nothing will happen. Go quickly. I won't send you any more. I'm afraid the village is already in chaos, and I still need to appease the people of various tribes. As for the rest, you can do it yourself. Don't force it. After that, the third generation directly ordered the Anbu ninjas to follow Danzo and Uzumaki Mito's orders this time. 0, please give me flowers. After that, the third generation directly waved goodbye to Danzo. Danzo. This B************* D is too much. But what can Danzo do? Humph. Follow me. He could only snort coldly and call on the upper route in two groups of Anbu ninjas to speed up and chase Uzumaki Mito and the others. When they were far away, they could no longer see their figures. The third generation sighed. Ah. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have thought so. Now, even Lord Mito couldn't stop it, things are even worse. If nothing unexpected happens, the Uzumaki clan will probably not be destroyed this time. At most, they will lose some clan members and forces. Looking at Uzumaki Mito's previous posture, she will definitely force the Uzumaki clan to migrate and incorporate into Konoha afterwards. By then, the strength of the Senju will probably skyrocket. In addition, Uchiha also participated in the rescue this time. Third generation can foresee that the relationship between the Senju, Uzumaki and Uchiha clans may become closer in the future. When he thought of this, he had a headache. Hiruzen, what's going on? We heard about the Senju and Uchiha's unusual movements. Are they led by Mito-sama and Uchiha Zhili? Where are they? At this time, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura rushed over with several guards. Many representatives of ninja clans also came one after another. They obviously wanted to know what happened. They were also afraid of conflicts or changes in the village. If that happened, they would have to mediate in time to avoid the village's strength being damaged. In that case, the whole Konoha would be the one to suffer in the end. If Konoha's strength was damaged, other ninja villages that had recovered from the last war would definitely not miss this opportunity. Something happened in the Whirlpool country. Lord Mito and Uchiha Zhili took most of the elites of the two clans to rescue. In addition, I will not send Danzo with 2 battalions of Anbu and some route recognizers to rescue. The third generation looked at the representatives of the various ninja clans and even the ninjas who were still coming, and said, "What?" Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura's faces changed immediately after hearing this. Uchiha Kaharu frowned and said, "Why didn't you keep Lord Mito? And how did Uchiha get involved? With so many elites going to rescue, will the Zhang clan really be greatly weakened or even destroyed? I'm afraid it's impossible. Unless Uzumaki Mito and the others are late. This is not in line with what they had discussed before. What they want is a severely disabled or even destroyed Uzumaki clan. If it weren't for the fact that there were many ninja representatives coming around, Kaharu would have wanted to ask directly. But these obviously can't be put on the surface. Ah, I stayed. The third generation heard this and shook their heads helplessly, but I didn't stay. Mito insisted on going. She said that only she could convince the Uzumaki clan to move to Konoha afterwards. What else can I do? I can only agree. Let Danzo take the people with me. He said this not only to Uchiha Kaharu and others, but also to other ninja representatives who rushed over. Sure enough, these people also understood a little after hearing this. At the same time, many people had different expressions about what the third generation said, that Uzumaki Mito was going to bring the Uzumaki clan to join the village afterwards. They began to ponder the gains and losses of this matter. 0145122208 Filu 171,142,530. The Uzumaki clan is very strong. They also master powerful sealing techniques. If they can join the village, it will naturally increase the strength of the village. But correspondingly, it will inevitably squeeze the living space of other ninja clans and divide their interests. For a while, the ninja representatives were in a complicated mood. Unfortunately, since this matter involves Uzumaki Mito, and she has personally dispatched, what can they do? It is impossible to stop it. Some ninja representatives even began to hope that the Uzumaki clan would suffer more losses this time. At that time, they would bring fewer clan members to join Konoha. In this way, they can also share some benefits. Human nature, sometimes it is like this. Of course, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura did not believe the third generation. They had discussed this matter many times before. The original plan was for them to send people to rescue the Whirlpool country. It was just that they would be there at the moment when the Whirlpool country was destroyed. They only needed to bring back the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. But now such a change has occurred, it is obvious that they miscalculated. Therefore, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are going to ask the third generation about the specific situation later. Okay, that's what's going on. Everyone, pass the news to other ninja clans and stabilize the village as soon as possible. At the same time, strengthen your vigilance during this period. Lest other ninja villages take advantage of you. That's it. As he said that, the third generation called Uchiha Kaharu and walked towards the Hokage building. Seeing this, the others also dispersed. Chapter 52. The belatedly aware third generation arrives in the land of whirlpools in time, 6/10. Inside the Hokage's office. As soon as he came in, Uchiha Kaharu couldn't help but ask the third generation, Hiruzen, what's going on? Didn't we all plan it out? How did it turn out like this? Not only did Mito-sama take the Senju to reinforce, but even Uchiha went with them. The most important thing is that Uchiha actually hooked up with Senju and Mito-sama and started to unite. This is not a good sign. Yeah, Mitokado Homura looked at the third generation with a puzzled look on his face. Ah, the third generation lit up their pipe, took a puff, and sighed with a worried look. It was planned, but something went wrong. We didn't expect Uchiha's intelligence to be so well informed. They received the news of the changes in the major ninja villages and the transformation of Manji country almost at the same time. And they gathered the elites of the clan as soon as possible and contacted Lord Mito. It directly disrupted our rhythm. Even, Lord Mito suspected us, thinking that we knew about it but didn't report it, deliberately delayed, and wanted to sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan suffer. Although neither party said it clearly. But the other party knew it well. In the future, their relationship with Uzumaki Mito and even the Uzumaki clan will only get worse. Uchiha Kaharu frowned, reviewed the whole process, and said in a deep voice, there is something wrong here. Uchiha's reaction is too fast. Senju's reaction is also too fast. If they received the news at the last minute, they couldn't have gathered the elite of the tribe so quickly. I'm afraid that the last time Mito-sama and Uchiha Chiri met, they had already reached a cooperation agreement on this matter in secret. Mito-sama entrusted Uchiha to help keep an eye on the changes in the major ninja villages in the land of whirlpools. Once there is a change, the two tribes will jointly dispatch elite forces for rescue. It must be like this. 497. After analyzing this, Uchiha Kaharu said categorically, otherwise, there is no way to explain all this. Doff. Third generation and Mitokado Homura looked at each other and took a breath of cold air. The third generation said with a look of doubt, I'm afraid it's true. It seems that Mito Tento has already joined forces with Uchiha. They don't trust us anymore. At this point, the third generation's face became even gloomier. He didn't even think about who was to blame for this. You guys don't do anything, but secretly target and bully the Senju. You're even prepared to sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan suffer. How can you expect Uzumaki Mito to trust you? It's obvious. Uchiha Kaharu crossed his arms and said coldly, "So, what should we do next?" At present, most of the elites of Senju and Uchiha have left the village. Should we do anything? At this point, a cold light flashed in Uchiha Kaharu's eyes. No. The third generation and Mitokado Homura nodded in unison. Looking at Uchiha Kaharu like a madman, the third generation said, "They just left the village to rescue the Uzumaki clan, not dead. Not to mention that half of the Anbu and Root personnel also went to help. We have fewer loyal people in the village at this time, and we can't do such a thing. Even if we can do it, we can't afford the consequences of doing so. Now, it's better to strengthen the village's vigilance to avoid possible enemies. That's it. You guys go and get busy first." With that, the third generation started to drive people away. He felt that Uchiha Kaharu's idea just now was too dangerous. Okay, I would say the same thing. Uchiha Kaharu also knew that he had said the wrong thing, spread his hands, and left immediately. The Akamaiki clan. Tisk tisk. It seems that Lord Mito no longer trusts the third generation and would rather cooperate with Uchiha than trust the third generation. Nara Shikiyama couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It can only be said that if you let them go, they will not survive. Akamaiki Tofu listened and shook his head helplessly. It's because Hiruzen and his men have done too much against the Senju in recent years, and Lord Mito can no longer trust them. It's the same with this matter. If Lord Mito hadn't joined forces with Uchiha in advance, I'm afraid the Uzumaki clan would still be kept in the dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men are too evil, they want to sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan be destroyed. In the future, we have to be careful when facing them. Obviously, after asking around, they have learned a lot of inside information. I understand. Nara Shikiyama nodded, thinking of the recent changes of Uchiha, and stroking his chin. He pondered, however, I estimate that if this continues, the third generation will not be far from falling. I believe that after this, the relationship between Uchiha, Senju and Uzumaki will become closer. In the future, maybe Uchiha will really have a Hokage. This kind of thing is foreseeable. The main reason is that Uchiha has changed too much recently. If it were in the past, Nara Shikiyama might be worried. But now, he thinks that even if Uchiha has a Hokage, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. At least, maybe you can buy more and better medicines from Uchiha at that time. After all, you have become a Hokage, so you should give the villagers more benefits and make some contributions to the growth of the village, right? Thinking of this, Nara Shikiyama's eyes lit up, and he immediately told his idea to Akamaiki and Yamanaka. What do you think? Nara Shikiyama asked. You know what? It's a good idea. Akamaiki Tofu listened, his eyes lit up and said, with the proud character of Uchiha, if they really get the position of Hokage, it is very likely to bring us greater benefits. Quote. He always felt that the third generation was too weak. This kind of character and behavior is not good for the cruel ninja world. 4 days later, in the Whirlpool country, it took Uzumaki Mito and the others 4 days of running all the way to cross the ocean and rush to the border of Whirlpool country. But they found that the border of Whirlpool country was in chaos at this time. There were many civilians fleeing. At the same time, there were many traces of battles. Even, there were a lot of corpses. Most of them were from the Uzumaki clan. The red hair was really conspicuous. No, the enemy has already invaded the Whirlpool country. Uzumaki Mito saw the corpses of the Whirlpool clan, and his face suddenly sank. He made a quick decision. Let's go. Hurry to the Whirlpool country. The traces of battle here will not exceed half a day. The Whirlpool country has a powerful barrier. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it should not have fallen completely at this time. Yes. Immediately, the group followed Uzumaki Mito followed and accelerated towards the capital of the Whirlpool country. Kill. Quick, retreat to the barrier. Ah. At the same time, in the capital of the Whirlpool country. At this time, the entire core area of the capital was covered by a huge barrier. Many of the Uzumaki clan who were being hunted fled frantically, trying to escape back to the barrier to resist the enemy. Some succeeded, while others did not have time to escape and were killed by people from the 3 major ninja villages. A few hours later, except for the area covered by the barrier, most of the ninjas of the Whirlpool country were basically killed and cleared out in the remaining areas. The 3rd Raikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and the 3rd Mizukage met in front of the barrier with their respective elite troops. Looking at the barrier, they all frowned. They had tried to break the barrier before. As a result, this thing was much stronger than they imagined, and it was impossible to break it from the outside in a short time. What should we do next? I'm afraid Konoha has received the news and sent people here. I'm afraid we don't have much time left. 3rd Mizukage couldn't help but speak. Haha, not necessarily. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki heard it, floating in the air, holding his hands and sneered. You say that because you don't know Sarutobi Hiruzen very well. This person may not be willing to 9 Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, our people have been active in the land of whirlpools for more than a month. Why don't we see any movement in Konoha? I'm afraid he wants the Uzumaki clan to be destroyed. Similarly, the Uzumaki clan may not be willing to ask Konoha for help. He has dealt with the 3rd Hokage many times. He is quite familiar with him. Is that so? 3rd Mizukage listened, his eyes slightly tilted. Let's attack quickly and break the barrier as soon as possible to get what we want. At this time, the 3rd Raikage said in a muffled voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others may not want to come to rescue, but don't forget that Uzumaki Mito is not dead yet. With her here, Konoha will definitely send people to support us. We can't delay too long. It's not a good thing to underestimate the enemy. That's right. Onoki listened and nodded in understanding. Immediately, the 3 of them discussed it and sent their men to start frantically attacking the barrier. At this time, inside the barrier, in a square in the imperial palace of the capital, Uzumaki Amy stood in the core of a barrier, leading many of his clansmen to maintain the barrier with all their strength. At this time, Uzumaki Lumming regretted it very much. If I had known this, I should have listened to Master Mito and moved to Konoha. I was too arrogant and careless. I didn't expect that. Another Uzumaki elder beside him heard it and shook his head. It's meaningless to say this now. Going to Konoha may not be a good thing. Haven't you seen how lonely Senju has become in recent years? Besides, who could have expected that the 3 major ninja villages would suddenly unite to launch a surprise attack on us? Everything depends on fate. How is the evacuation of the tribe? We don't have much time left. With this frequency and intensity of attacks, we can't hold on for too long. At this point, regret is useless. How to find a way to preserve more fire and save some tribesmen is the most important thing. Uzumaki Lumming nodded and said, everything has been arranged. Except for the tribesmen who stayed behind to buy time for this barrier, the remaining hundreds of tribesmen have been divided into 5 groups and left from different tunnels. 0. I arranged for one group to go to Konoha, and the destinations of the remaining groups are different. I'm still not going to put all my eggs in one basket, and at the same time, I don't trust Konoha too much. Especially when Master Mito doesn't have much time left. Quote. Having learned from this lesson, he felt that it would be better for the clan members to separate and hide. This would better prevent the family from being completely destroyed. Well, that's good. Several elders listened and nodded, but they didn't have too many opinions. The enemy's attack has weakened. At this time, an elder suddenly spoke. It's Konoha's people coming. I sensed an extremely terrifying chakra source, including this very familiar chakra. It's Lord Mito. It's Lord Mito who brought people to rescue us. We are saved. At this time, another younger elder knew through Kagura's mind eye. What? Are you sure? The others were shocked when they heard it, and then said with joy. Sure. The elder nodded affirmatively. Not only Lord Mito, I also sensed the familiar life breath of Senju, and by the way, there is also Kinchiya. Why are Uchiha here? And there are so many of them. Such powerful and evil chakra and pupil power, wow. All of them have opened Sharingan, and the worst have 2 Magatama. These more than 100 people are definitely the elite of the Uchiha elite. As for the remaining Anbu and Root ninjas, most of their characteristics are not so obvious. But this elder still identified some distinctive ninja clans. For example, Inuzuka, Aburame, etc. Not only Senju and Lord Mito came in person, but even Uchiha came to help. Is this true? The people of the Uzumaki clan present were all shocked. At this time, another Uzumaki elder who awakened Kagura's heart eye also nodded and affirmed, indeed. At this time, Lord Mito and his men have already fought with the ninjas who attacked us. Clan leader, what should we do? After hearing this, the others also looked at Uzumaki Akimoto. After listening to this, Xuanwu Luming thought for a while and said, "You stay and continue to maintain the barrier. I will go and check on the elite members of the tribe who have not yet withdrawn. If it is really Lord Mito and his men who have come to help, then we will join them in attacking the enemy from both inside and outside." Quote. Others naturally had no objection. Uzumaki Luming immediately stood up and handed over the authority of the barrier core to the elder, and then withdrew directly. He went to gather the remaining elite members of the clan who had not withdrawn as quickly as possible. At this time, outside the barrier, led by Uzumaki Mito, Konoha's reinforcements had already fought with the elites of the three major ninja villages. Fire-style Howlong fire technique. Water-style wave riding attack. Sharingan illusion. For a moment, the ninjas of the three major ninja villages could not care about continuing to attack the barrier, and quickly turned to deal with Konoha's attack. Damn it! How could Konoha send so many elites to help? Has Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his personality? Onoki 1.2 said with a depressed look. While speaking, he clasped his hands together and prepared to launch a dust escape attack. Susanoo. At this time, a black Susanoo soared into the sky and turned into a nearly 100-meter-tall giant standing in the capital of the Whirlpool country. Drawing out the knife from his waist, he chopped directly at Onoki. Damn! The moment Onoki saw Susanoo appear, he was shocked and had a bad premonition. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall the psychological shadow that Uchiha Madara had left him in the past. Feeling the fatal danger, he quickly dodged in midair. But he was still hit by the strong wind brought by the slash and was circled and flew out for several times. Boom! Ah! Although he was not injured, the people below him who were floating before were miserable. Instantly, more than a dozen people were chopped into foam. Among them were the elites of Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi and Ji-Yin. For a moment, the faces of the three shadows were ugly. Gulu. What a joke. This kind of combat power. Many ninjas from the three major ninja villages saw this horrible scene and saw the towering Chakra giant swallowed his saliva, and his heart was filled with fear. This was not something they could handle. Immediately, these people hurriedly moved away from the battlefield. Onoki stabilized his body and looked at the figure of Susanoo with a serious face, concentrating. Are you Uchiha Yuri? I didn't expect it to be you. When did Senju, Uchiha and Uzumaki become so close? Hey! Uchiha Yuri sneered after hearing this. This is not something you should care about. Onoki, your opponent today is me. Don't let me down, let me see your weight. Kill. As he said that, Uchiha Yuri continued to control Susanoo to kill Onoki. Chapter 53. Uchiha Yuri opens Susanoo's fourth stage with one eye, and Black Zetsu appears 7/10. Uchiha Yuri. Let me see whether your Susanoo is stronger or my fist is stronger. Hell thrust, three-pointed hand. Kill. Reikage also rushed towards Uchiha Yuri at this time. Reikage, your opponent is me. Adamantine sealing chains. At this time, Uzumaki Mito rushed over, and dozens of golden chains rushed out of his body, shooting towards Reikage and entangled. Not good. Reikage sensed a strong sense of danger from these chains, and hurriedly forced a change of direction in the middle and chose to dodge. His attack also missed and hit the ground beside him. Boom! A deep pit with a radius of more than 10 meters and a depth of several meters was blasted on the ground. But this is not over yet. Uzumaki Mito's adamantine sealing chains chased again. Reikage hurriedly dodged, at the same time, looking for an opportunity to get close to Uzumaki Mito. For a while, whether it was Onoki and Uchiha Chiri, or the third Reikage and Uzumaki Mito, they were all entangled in a stalemate. And Danzo faced the third Mizukage, relying on his powerful wind style to temporarily avoid being defeated. On the contrary, in the battle between the elder ninja village elites, the elites of the three major ninja villages fell into a disadvantage from the beginning. The main reason was that the strength displayed by the elites of Uchiha this time exceeded everyone's expectations. Damn, when did the physique and physical skills of Uchiha become so strong? The ninja of Cloud Shinobi complained. Not only physical skills and physique, but also ninjutsu has become more powerful. Chakra has increased. The pupil power and pupil skills are also so strong. The people who fought with Uchiha, Mist Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, were also surprised. On the contrary, the Senju and Anbu, the people of the root, were indeed strong, but they did not exceed the expectations of the three major ninja villages. Kill. At this moment, thousands of Uzumaki clan elites suddenly emerged from the barrier. They attacked the elites of the three major ninja villages directly. In a wave of surprise attacks, they cooperated with Konoha's ninjas to kill more than 10 people. And their appearance became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the enemy. Retreat. Seeing that things were hopeless, the third Raikage shouted loudly, constantly repelling the golden chains that Mito Uzumaki attacked, fighting and retreating, and began to cover the people of his village to evacuate here. This time, although it was a pity that he failed to completely break through the Uzumaki clan and obtain more of its inheritance. But just along the way, the 08 Uzumaki clan ninjas killed in the territory of the Whirlpool country have already collected some sealing techniques from their bodies or homes. With more research, it should be enough to seal Jinchuriki. The situation is not right, and he is unwilling to add more unnecessary casualties. The main thing is that if it drags on, he doesn't think he has a way to defeat Mito Uzumaki. This woman's ability is too difficult to deal with. The diamond chain containing the power of sealing has a great restraint on him. Want to run? No way, leave them all to me. How could Uzumaki Mito just sit there? He immediately forcibly extracted Ninetail's chakra, entered the golden body mode, and his strength soared, and he killed the third Raikage. He even separated a part of the diamond chain to kill the nearby Cloud Shinobi. There were indeed several Cloud Shinobi who were close to them and were entangled. Crack! A sound of bones breaking was heard, and these people were strangled to death. Damn! Is this woman crazy? Is this chakra? Ninetail's chakra? How is it possible? She actually completely mastered the power of Ninetails. Trouble. The third Raikage saw it and his face sank immediately. Hell thrust. One punch hand. He immediately launched his full-strength attack, ordering Cloud Shinobi to evacuate quickly while frantically attacking Uzumaki Mito, trying to completely hold her back so that she could not be distracted from dealing with Mito. Even Uzumaki Mito would not dare to take on this level of thrust force. But she didn't need to take it head-on, she dodged directly, and then continued to attack with adamantine sealing chains. The Raikage felt extremely frustrated. Uzumaki Mito was too restrained for ninjas of his type. At the same time, Omi Chihajiri. Dust release, limit stripping technique. Rock Shinobi, retreat. While dodging Susanoo's attack, Onoki counterattacked, and at the same time, he shouted at the Rock Shinobi below and gave orders. The Cloud Shinobi were ready to retreat. The situation was not good, and he could not do anything to Uchiha Zhili for a while, so he could only choose to retreat. If he continued to stay here, he would not see any benefits except causing greater sacrifices. Naturally, he did not want to stay any longer. Where are you running? Yasukani no Magatama. Kill. Uchiha Zhili also did not choose to resist the dust release head-on, but instantly teleported dozens of meters away, and then Susanoo raised his left hand and condensed a terrifying ball of light. Then, the ball of light shot up into the sky and floated in the air. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, countless golden light attacks fell and shot at the Rock Shinobi who were trying to escape. The key is that they also avoided the ninjas of Konoha. For a moment, the Rock Shinobi of Tonado were attacked. Some died directly, while others were only seriously injured. Defend quickly. Earth-style Earth Core. Earth-style Land Submarine. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. For a moment, the Rock Shinobi used their own defense methods to resist the attack of Uchiha Zhili. At the same time, some people even dived deep underground and began to evacuate from underground. Stop it. Dust release original world stripping technique. Onoki saw that dozens of rock shinobi were killed or injured in an instant, and his eyes were about to burst. He immediately used dust release to cover the golden light in the sky. Instantly, the golden light source was annihilated. Then, he aimed his attack at Uchiha Zhili again. Dust release, limit stripping technique. Unfortunately, the pre-swing of this move was too long. How could Uchiha Zhili stay in place and wait for him to attack? He rushed forward dozens of meters and slashed at Onoki with a sword. Onoki had no choice but to temporarily stop the ninjutsu to avoid it. The Chakra giant sword, which was dozens of meters long, slashed on the ground, and once again cut out a field of hundreds of meters, and a deep abyss of dozens of meters. Ah! There was a scream from the ground. Obviously, a few more unlucky people who were hiding in the ground and preparing to escape were affected. Damn it! Earth style. Weighted rock technique. Onoki was furious and directly used earth style on Susanoo. Suddenly, Omiriki felt a strong gravity acting on Susanoo and himself. Unfortunately, this gravity was not very useful for her whose physique had been strengthened several times. Damn it! Onoki also discovered this. Angry and helpless. Fortunately, at this time, he sensed that except for the ninjas who died in the battle, the rest of the ninjas in his village had already left. At this time, Raikage and even Mizukage were also fleeing, so he naturally had no desire to continue fighting. He immediately flew away. At the same time, an angry shout came from afar, "Uchiha Zhili, I will remember you." Hey! Uchiha Zhili listened, smiled contemptuously, and sensed the situation of the battlefield around him. The battle was almost over. The enemies were either dead or evacuated, so they did not continue to attack. He cancelled Susanoo and fell from mid-air, and ordered Uchiha 7th generation, count the tribesmen and see the casualties. Use medicine to quickly treat the injured tribesmen. Yes. Uchiha 7th generation immediately accepted the order. At the same time, on a tree hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, a black and white Zetsu saw all the previous battles of Uchiha Zhili. Black Zetsu couldn't help but exclaimed, "I didn't expect that this Uchiha Zhili not only suddenly recovered to his peak state, but was able to open the 4th stage of Susanoo. And, it looks very easy to control, as if he is not under much pressure. It's really strange. Forget it. I have seen what I should see, and I have found the person to choose. It's time to leave." This time Black Zetsu came here to select a suitable Rinnegan nurturing carrier for Uchiha Madara. The candidate had already been found and escorted them out of the Whirlpool country, so there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. After the black-white Zetsu disappeared, Uchiha Zhili inadvertently glanced at the place where the black-white Zetsu had stayed before, revealing a meaningful look, thinking, is this special existence the black-white Zetsu that Xuanqing mentioned? Sure enough, its existence itself is very strange. It is impossible to sense it with chakra alone, only the observation color can sense it. You must be careful in the future, and you can't reveal Xuanqing's secret in front of it. Well, I have to remind Xuanqing of this when I go back. The camera turned. Uzumaki Mito chased the third Raikage for thousands of meters, and the enemy had already run away, so she retreated. Also sent people to count the casualties of the Senju. As for Danzo, at this time, he was injured a lot, but fortunately none of them were known. However, his face was not good at this time. Because the loss of the Uzumaki clan this time was obviously not as big as he and the 3rd generation expected. There were dozens of Uzumaki elites who came to fight back, and there would be even more remaining old and young. It seems that the goal this time cannot be achieved. What a pity. In addition, I didn't expect that Lady Mito is still so strong. After fighting for such a long time in such an intense battle, she didn't show any signs of fatigue. Is Uchiha's treatment effect on her so good? Danzo thought with regret and doubt in his heart. He now doubted whether Uzumaki Mito really recovered a few years of life. In addition, Uzumaki Mito could actually forcibly extract Nine-Tails chakra to greatly enhance his strength and attack, which made him particularly wary. It seems that I have to be more careful next time. Danzo thought again. What shocked him even more was the strength and resilience shown by the Uchiha Elite Guard this time. These are obviously much stronger than in the past, which is very abnormal. Sure enough, Uchiha has better similar products than the nutritional pills and body-building potions sold after the battle. Danzo thought to himself. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why these Uchiha have such great changes and improvements in strength, physique, chakra volume and even pupil power in a short period of time. Sure enough, Uchiha is a huge threat. If I had known this, I would have been more aggressive in suppressing Uchiha in the past few years. Now, even if he and the third generation want to suppress Uchiha, it is temporarily impossible. Not only because of the terrifying combat power shown by Uchiha Zhili this time. It is also because Senju seems to have really formed an alliance with Uchiha. This is not good news for him. It seems that now, for Uchiha, even Senju, and Uzumaki, we can only wait for a new ninja world war. Danzo secretly made up his mind and said, "Wait, obviously you have been proud for a few years, then, I will let you know who is the winner of the last laugh, hee. Master Zhili, there is no death this time, only 5 people are seriously injured and 12 people are slightly injured." After counting, Uchiha 7th generation reported to Uchiha Zhili with a smile on his face. The main thing is that the battle didn't last long. In addition to killing dozens of ninjas from the 3 major ninja villages on the way here. The decisive battle here lasted less than half an hour in total. In addition, Uchiha's strength has indeed increased a lot, and the cooperation has become more tacit, so the damage is naturally less. In comparison, the casualties of Anbu, Root and even Senju are much greater. Especially Anbu and Root, they don't have the special care of Uchiha Zhili and Uzumaki Mito. Oh, Uchiha Zhili raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled, not bad. It seems that the intensive training, combat training and resources during this period have not been in vain. Let everyone keep up the good work and continue to work hard after returning. Of course, this time's merits will also be counted and handed over to me after returning. I will give you corresponding family merit rewards based on the information. At present, there are more and more things in the merit pavilion, and they are becoming more and more complete. The tribesmen are used to it. Yes. Thank you, Lord Zhili. 720 Uchiha 7th generation was delighted when he heard this. Merit is a good thing. There are too many good things in the merit pavilion that he wants to exchange. This time, it is considered a profit. Soon, the people below went to clean up the battlefield. Uzumaki Mito took Uchiha Zhili and Danzo to meet Uzumaki Aki. Thank you, Lord Mito, thank you all for coming to rescue, the Uzumaki clan is grateful. Uzumaki Aki bowed directly to Uzumaki Mito and the other 2 at the beginning. He really didn't expect Konoha to be so powerful this time. Not only did they send reinforcements in time, but the reinforcements were so powerful. Of course, he knew very well that Lord Mito had made a great contribution. Otherwise, with the personalities of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, they would probably choose to sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan perish and reap the benefits. Uchiha's appearance surprised Uzumaki Izumi. However, he estimated that Uchiha's appearance should also be the result of Lord Mito's deal, and it must have nothing to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. After all, Uchiha's relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others is not very good. Well, how are the casualties in the tribe? How many tribesmen are left? Uzumaki Mito nodded without comment and asked directly. DB. Uzumaki Izumi listened, hesitated for a moment and said, the specific casualties still need to be counted. Many tribesmen were not in the core area of the capital before, but were scattered throughout the country of whirlpools. Some are still border defense forces. But it is estimated that there will be no less. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito got angry and shouted, "Didn't I remind you to shrink your tribe and strength a long time ago? Why didn't you listen?" Uzumaki Izumi listened and remained silent. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. You can't say he was careless and did it lightly, right? Or maybe, he couldn't give up the area outside the capital of Whirlpool International before, and thought that Whirlpool country should be able to resist the invasion if it is careful. If he dares to say so, he will definitely be beaten by Uzumaki Mito. Seeing him like this, how could Uzumaki Mito not guess the specific situation? For a moment, she was furious. But Uzumaki Lumming was not much older than her, and he was already a grandfather, so she couldn't embarrass him too much in front of everyone. He immediately said, "Send people to count the dead and wounded members of the clan quickly, and recall the members who have fled." Count the property in the Whirlpool country, and then bring the entire Uzumaki clan back to Konoha with me. From now on, the Uzumaki clan will officially become a member of Konoha. Quote. After hearing this, Uzumaki Lu Ming frowned and wanted to object, but seeing Uzumaki Mito's expression of no doubt and no room for negotiation, he did not dare to say the objection directly. Instead, he was silent for a while and said, "Master Mito, can we talk about this alone?" He still wanted to ask about the specific situation in Konoha before making a decision. Chapter 54, The Three Clans Alliance is reached, Uchiha Madara and Nagato 8/10. Okay. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him and finally nodded in agreement. Chiri, come along. There are things that need your participation. Uzumaki Mito immediately called Uchiha Chiri and Uzumaki Lumming to walk away. Then, a multi-isolation barrier was set up around them to isolate sight, perception, and sound. Then, the three of them discussed. Master Mito, what is the situation in Konoha? I heard that the strength of the Senju has been declining over the years, and the tribe has suffered heavy losses. They are about to disappear. This should not be an accident, right? Uzumaki Lumming caught Uzumaki Mito's weakness right away and asked. If he doesn't figure out this problem, how can he feel at ease to bring the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha? Right. Uzumaki Mito didn't choose to cover up at this time, but directly explained the cause and effect of the matter to Uzumaki Lumming. It's all the fault of the third generation. Sure enough. Uzumaki Lumming listened and said with a clear face, I think there is a problem inside Konoha. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't want to bring the Uzumaki clan to Konoha. In that case, why do you still want the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha now, Mito-sama? Do you want to see the Uzumaki clan follow the footsteps of Senju? Not so. Uzumaki Mito listened and shook his head and said, it turned out like this before, and there was a problem with Senju itself. In addition, I was getting older and older, and because I had to maintain the suppression of 9 tails, I lost more and more vitality, and my life was not long. I didn't dare to do too much, and gradually I couldn't suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. That's what led to the decline of the Senju. At this point, Uzumaki Mito changed the subject and said, but it's different now. With the help of Uchiha, I have recovered my vitality and returned to my peak. I can live at least a few decades in the future, and everything will be different. I will never let Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others kill the Senju in the future. Similarly, I will not let them have the opportunity to harm the Uzumaki clan. On the contrary, after the Uzumaki clan joins Konoha, they can help each other with the Senju and become stronger. Yeah, and Uchiha. As she said, she glanced at Uchiha Yuri. Uchiha Yuri smiled back. Huh. Uzumaki Raming listened, looked at Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mito in surprise, and asked in confusion, that. If I remember correctly, the Senju used to be with aren't the Uchiha enemies. Even after they built the village together, the relationship between the two was not that good, right? Why did they suddenly reconcile and even form an alliance? At the same time, he also understood why the Uchiha came to support this time. It was all because of the change in the relationship between the Senju and the Uchiha. That's a thing of the past. Uzumaki Mito shook his head. With the passage of time, the hatred has long been reduced. When the Senju declined and the Uchiha was targeted and suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, the hatred and contradictions between our two tribes became even weaker. In addition, Uchiha saved me last time. In order to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, I represented the Senju and the Uchiha to form an alliance. This time, Uchiha came for this reason. This is not just a matter of a deal. If the two were not already allies and Uchiha was also interested in the Uzumaki clan, that little condition really couldn't attract Uchiha. I see. Uzumaki Lumming immediately understood. Did they form an alliance because they have a new common enemy and the conflicts between the two sides no longer exist? That's not surprising. But, if the Uzumaki clan joins Konoha now, won't they also be involved in this big Uzumaki? As soon as this was mentioned, he didn't want the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha anymore. That's not how it works. Uzumaki Mito listened, his face turned red and he said, not to mention that I'm here. After the Uzumaki clan joins Konoha, they can help each other with the Senju. We can even form a 3-clan alliance with the Uchiha. What can Sarutobi, Hiruzen and the family behind them use to fight us? At that time, it won't be them who suppress us, but we will fight back against them, and eventually get them out of power, or even destroy them. She has this confidence now. So, you don't have to worry about the Uzumaki clan being suppressed when they go to Konoha. Besides, now, the Uzumaki clan is in trouble because of the sealing technique, and the matter of Jinchuriki has been targeted by several other major ninja villages. If you don't join Konoha, other ninja villages will never give up and will continue to attack you. Even if you are willing to give up the land of whirlpools and live in seclusion in several groups, you will always be found. When that happens, you will become lambs to be slaughtered. This is something I absolutely cannot allow. When Uzumaki Amanari heard this, he felt that it was indeed true. But he still looked at Uzumaki Mito with a gloomy face. Because, the reason why the Uzumaki clan was targeted was actually because of Uzumaki Mito. If she hadn't first used the sealing technique to seal 9 tails in her body, becoming 9 tails Jinchuriki, and giving other ninja villages a clear reference, how could the Uzumaki clan be targeted? Ahem. Uzumaki Mito naturally noticed Uzumaki Aki's expression, and coughed awkwardly, saying helplessly, I know the responsibility for this matter is on me. I didn't think it through at the beginning. But even without me, it's only a matter of time before other ninja villages find out that the sealing technique is the best way to create Jinchuriki. So, the Uzumaki clan will be targeted sooner or later. At most, it was brought forward a little because of this matter. In short, the Uzumaki clan must move to Konoha. This matter is not negotiable. In addition, Senju and Uchiha have formed an alliance, and Senju and Uzumaki are allies and distant relatives. This time, I hope the 3 tribes will formally form an alliance. Help each other, and allow intermarriage, what do you say? What else can Uzumaki Lumming say? Uzumaki Mito's attitude and tone clearly showed that he was not discussing with him. He could only nod and agree. I have no objection. Both alliance and marriage are fine. However, Uchiha marriage, aren't you afraid that Sharingan will be leaked? As he said, he looked at Uchiha Yuri. No. Uchiha Yuri shook his head and repeated what he had said to Uzumaki Mito to Uzumaki Lumming. Uzumaki Lumming's eyes lit up slightly when he heard it. Thinking that the Uzumaki clan would also have Sharingan in the future, he immediately stated, in that case, I agree to the alliance and marriage. I also agree to move to Konoha. I'll send someone to call back all the clan members who have been sent away. It just so happens that they haven't gone far yet, so it won't take too much time. He was actually afraid that the tribesmen would encounter the pursuit and ambush of the 3 major ninja villages again on the road. This is very likely. Well, go now. In case of any accidents. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction, and then waved to remove the barrier here. Sent Uzumaki Lumming to gather the tribesmen and clean up the assets here. She went to treat the Konoha shinobi who were injured in this battle. Her medical ninjutsu is the strongest here, and everyone came to help her, so she naturally had to help. Uchiha Zhili suddenly received a reminder from the time-space gate mark. She remained calm on the surface, but quickly communicated with the time-space gate mark in her heart and checked the communication space. She found that Xuanqing had left her a message. Xuanqing said that everything was fine at home and asked her how the situation was here. Is everything going well? After reading it, Uchiha Zhili's mouth curled up slightly. She immediately took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote a letter to Xuanqing and put it in the communication space. Xuanqing received a message the next moment. He took out the letter and smiled. How is it? Is everything going well with my aunt? Uchiha Makoto asked curiously and concernedly. Well, everything went smoothly. Zanqing smiled and nodded, while handing the letter in his hand to Makoto and said, not only went smoothly, the battle over there is over. No one in our Uchiha died this time, only a few were injured. Although the Uzumaki clan suffered a lot of losses this time, most of the clan members should be saved. Moreover, my mother and Senju and Uzumaki have officially reached a 3-clan alliance. In the future, Uchiha will be in a better situation in Konoha. In the future, it is not impossible to become a Hokage. Everything is moving in a good direction. Zanqing is very happy. These are all changes brought about by more than a month after he awakened his past life memories and talents. It's quite a sense of accomplishment to think about it. But he will not be satisfied with this. His future is to control the two worlds of Hokage and pirates. Even, if possible, he wants to further develop his time-space gate talent to see if it is possible to explore more unknown worlds. Of course, he also knows that the trouble is far from being understood. This time he suffered such a big loss, and when the third after the generation learned about the three tribes' alliance, they might find ways to suppress the three tribes more fiercely. However, they might change the way. Although Xuanqing is not afraid, he doesn't want to be disgusted. Therefore, he will continue to work hard to improve his strength and strive to grow up as soon as possible. Then, he will directly deal with the third generation. It's good that there are no casualties. Makoto listened, nodded happily while reading the letter and said, "Then I look forward to the day when you become popular, Xuanqing. By the way, next, are you and your aunt going to explore Sky Island?" "Yes." Xuanqing nodded affirmatively. Seeing Makoto's curious look, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Why? You want to go to Sky Island too?" "Yeah." Uchiha Makoto nodded repeatedly, looked at Xuanqing eagerly and asked, "Is it okay?" "It's not a big problem." Xuanqing nodded. "When the time comes, I can take you with me. However, there are still some dangers over there. You can't run around without your mother, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. Whether it's Sky Island people or Shandia people, most of them have a certain degree of rejection towards outsiders. Especially Shandia people." "Yeah, I won't cause you any trouble." Makoto nodded quickly, and then smiled happily. Sky Island. Ever since Xuanqing passed on the relevant information, she has been full of curiosity and yearning for that place. "Yeah, there are also the Fishmen Island, Nine Snake Island, Sabayati Archipelago, Red Line and so on. Although the map of Sabayati Archipelago has been opened and lit up. But because of the danger there, Makoto has not been there yet." 3 days later, the Uzumaki clan not only gathered all the clan members but also collected all the resources. After dealing with the bodies of the sacrificed clan members, they followed Uzumaki Mito and others and set off to Konoha. Although some clan members were found missing, there was nothing they could do if they could not find them. They rushed here in a hurry, and when they returned, because the Uzumaki clan brought their families with them, and also brought a lot of resources and supplies, they could only rush to Konoha slowly. In order to avoid being ambushed by people from other ninja villages, Uchiha Zhili and others did not choose to return to the village in advance, but followed the large army. At the same time, it is also convenient for the tribe members to communicate more with the Uzumaki people. If the unmarried elites in the tribe can successfully hook up with a girl from the Uzumaki tribe, she will be even happier. In the mountain cemetery. In a space underground. Uchiha Madara sat on a wooden chair, with a huge Geto statue behind him. At this time, black-white Zetsu emerged from the soil. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, looked at him and asked, "How is the matter going? Have you chosen the container?" "Yes." Black Zetsu nodded quickly and said, "It has been chosen. A child from the Uzumaki tribe with excellent talent and strong vitality has been chosen. You can change your eyes at any time, Madara. Do you need to bring the person to you directly?" At this time, Uchiha Madara has successfully opened the Rinnegan. But his life is about to come to an end. If he hadn't relied on opening the Rinnegan and summoning the Geto statue to continuously provide vitality to maintain his life, he would have died after opening his eyes. In this state, he couldn't continue to nurture his Rinnegan. Therefore, a suitable container is necessary. Bring it. Remember not to keep them awake. Uchiha Madara nodded. $789. Black Zetsu immediately sank into the ground again and disappeared. After a while, relying on the earth vein transmission, he quickly brought 3 people from the Uzumaki clan. This is a father, a mother and a child, a family. Oh, this talent is really good. The purity of the sage body is acceptable. Enough to nurture my Rinnegan. The moment Uchiha Madara saw the child, that is, Uzumaki Nagato, he nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he first used the Rinnegan illusion to modify some of the memories of the Nagato family. After that, he spent some time to complete the eye replacement and exchanged the Rinnegan Gujao for Uzumaki Nagato. He changed into a pair of spare 3-tomo Sharingan. After sending Black Zetsu and the Nagato family away, he raised his lips slightly. Next, it's time to make the next step. I need a suitable agent. I don't know if there is a suitable candidate in the Uchiha clan in recent years. Wait for Black Zetsu to come back and let him investigate. Not long after, Black Zetsu returned again. Uchiha Madara directly stated his request. Uchiha clan. After hearing this, Black Zetsu immediately said, "Speaking of this, I met a lot of Uchiha people in the Whirlpool country this time. You should also know the leader, Lord Madara." Quote. Dit. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised when he heard it. I know her. Who? And why did Uchiha appear in the land of whirlpools at this time? Black Zetsu immediately Kaido, it's Uchiha Zhili. As for why Uchiha appeared in the land of whirlpools, it was naturally with Konoha to rescue the Uzumaki clan. But it seems to be because of Uzumaki Mito. He didn't know the details yet, and he needed to go to Konoha to investigate further to find out. He always felt that there was something wrong with the relationship between Senju and Uchiha. Oh, Uchiha Zhili, it's her. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows when he heard the name. I remember she was the little girl who developed the Sharingan forbidden technique Izanami a few years ago and ended the Uchiha's eye-catching internal strife with her own strength. Is she still alive? Interesting. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded affirmatively. Not only is she still alive, but she is living a better life. The damage to her origin caused by the forbidden technique seems to have completely healed. Not only has she completely recovered to her peak, but her physique and vitality have also grown a lot, and her pupil power has also fully recovered. Today, she even opened the 4th stage of Susanoo with just an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan and defeated the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 55. Uchiha Zhili returns to the village, and the 3rd generation members are ready to face a formidable enemy. 9/10. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. Has the lost essence and even pupil power recovered to its peak? Can you still use the only remaining ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan to open the 4th stage of Susanoo? This is really not bad. Even if he was in the Mangekyo stage, he could only barely do this, right? And he had 2 intact Mangekyo Sharingans at that time. But for him now, it's just not bad. In his opinion, Uchiha Zhili will never be able to achieve the Eternal Eye, let alone catch up with him and open the Rinnegan. And if he can't achieve the Eternal Eye or even the Rinnegan, the upper limit in the future will be just that. It can't pose any threat to him. Not bad. Black Zetsu nodded affirmatively. I always feel that it's not just her, but those Uchiha are also a little bit wrong. The physique and vitality are much stronger. Quote. There should be some secrets in this. Even if Uchiha Madara doesn't care, he wants to find out. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease. He doesn't like things beyond his control. Oh, isn't it an exception? Interesting. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then you should go to Konoha to investigate and find out the secrets. By the way, please help me investigate Uchiha and see if there is anyone suitable to be trained as my agent. Yes. Black Zetsu immediately accepted the order. For Uchiha Madara, everything else was just a minor detail. The most important thing was that his plan could be carried out smoothly. 8 days later, at the gate of Konoha, I'm finally back. I can have a good rest for a few days. Tsunade looked at the familiar gate and stretched. You. Uzumaki Mito on the side rolled his eyes at her. I didn't ask you to do anything this time. This is much easier than going on a mission. Do you still think it's tiring? I think you're just too lazy on weekdays. Quote. Hee. Tsunade smiled and said, I've been away from the village for a few days. There may be a lot of things that need my attention at the hospital. I'll go first. After that, she ran away and entered 507 Konoha first. This girl. Uzumaki Mito shook his head helplessly and brought a group of people to the gate and began to arrange for people to ascend the throne. As for the 3rd generation, she didn't need to send anyone to notify them. A group of Anbu people had already accelerated back on the way. The 3rd generation probably received the news a long time ago. Sure enough, after a while, the 3rd generation brought Udatane Kaharu and even some representatives of the ninja clan to the gate of Konoha. While congratulating Uzumaki Mito and the others for their success, they also welcomed the arrival of the Uzumaki clan. The follow-up, of course, is the resettlement of the Uzumaki clan. These don't need Uchiha Chiri to worry about, and they will be directly handed over to Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Aki and the third generation to discuss. Uchiha Zhili led the Uchiha people out of the team and returned to the Uchiha tribe. When the group arrived at the gate of the tribe, they were spotted by the patrolling Uchiha tribe members from a distance. It's Master Zhili and the others. They are back. Go and inform Captain Liuhuo and Master Xuanqing and the others. The team leader immediately ordered the tribe members beside him. Yes, one of them immediately took the order and left. Because they were not far away, in less than 10 breaths, Uchiha Liuhuo had already rushed to the gate at a high speed, and saluted respectfully to Uchiha Zhili and said, "Welcome Master Zhili, Gaizan is back." Uchiha Zhili nodded, and ordered Uchiha 7th generation to take the 2 elite guards of the expedition back to the base to ascend the throne, disband and rest for 3 days, and then resume daily training. While Uchiha Liuhuo asked, "During the days we were away, nothing bad happened in the clan and the village, right?" Yes. Uchiha Liuhuo nodded affirmatively. Everything is fine. No one was found spying on the clan. In the village, the third generation did not make any extra moves. At most, the patrols have been stricter recently to prevent possible attacks from outside the village. Oh, by the way, isn't the Uchiha pharmacy closed these days? AIBD. This incident caused some people to commotion in the first few days. But after the explanation, they all understood. However, it is not a good idea to keep it closed like this. A lot of income will be lost every day. Can it be restored now? Uchiha Zhili listened and nodded in understanding. It was not very surprising. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid, he will not do anything unnecessary at this critical time. Don't worry about the pharmacy, I will order it to resume business later. Moreover, the number of medicines sold will increase every day in the next period of time. The money lost before will be made up. These medicines are in short supply now, and there is no such thing as losing money by operating for a few days less. Anyway, the production capacity of the medicines is there. The ones that have not been sold are just temporarily accumulated these days. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Uchiha Liuhuo listened and nodded. Well, you continue to do your business. Uchiha Zhili nodded and waved his hand. As for the operation of the guard patrolling the clan land and the clan land martial law, half of them can be withdrawn today. If there is no major change in the village tomorrow, it can be restored to the previous standard. Quote. She still didn't know what kind of impact the Uzumaki clan's joining would have on Konoha. Turbulence. It's unlikely. But a new family joining would definitely squeeze the interests of some ninja flags. Konoha's pie is so big. With one more big family to share the pie, it's inevitable that the interests will be damaged. Yes. Uchiha Liuhuo immediately took the order and left. Uchiha Zhili hurried home. As a result, he met Uchiha Xuanqing and Makoto, who came halfway. Mom, welcome back. Uchiha Xuanqing saw his mother from a distance, smiled and waved, and asked when he walked in, "How is it? Is everything going well?" Makoto also greeted, "Aunt. Welcome back safely." "Yes, I'm back." Uchiha Zhili smiled and reached out to touch the heads of the two and said, "Everything is going well. You haven't left the tribe to wander around these days?" "No." Xuanqing shook his head. "You spent all your time practicing." "That's good." Uchiha Zhili listened, nodded with satisfaction, and took the two back home. Xuanqing said, "Mom, do you have anything else to do next? If not, can we start exploring Sky Island?" He also wanted to get the Thunder Fruit as soon as possible and study it carefully. It would be even better if he could find a way to eliminate the defects. Haha, it seems that you can't wait. Uchiha Yuri also smiled knowingly and said, "Wait 2 days. I guess we have to deal with the Uzumaki clan in these 2 days. It's not so easy for a big family to join. It is estimated that the village will soon summon the clan leaders of the major ninja clans to discuss this matter. A large enough area should be set aside for the Uzumaki clan as the clan land. It is also necessary to divide the subsequent powers and obligations of the Uzumaki clan, which need to be discussed carefully. Is that so? Xuanqing listened and nodded in understanding, then wait 2 more days. It's just right, I can also take Kushina and Minato to the pirate world to count the breaths in these 2 days. Later, the changes were greatly accelerated to train them. For safety reasons, he did not leave the clan land these days. He just sent Shadow Clone to guide Minato and Kushina to practice every day. Moreover, he did not dare to take them to the previous base. After all, it is quite remote and prone to problems. Xuanqing simply chose the training ground in the Senju tribe. Oh, you haven't taken them there yet. Then you can arrange it yourself. Uchiha Zhili listened and nodded with some surprise. He didn't comment on these things. Everything depends on Xuanqing himself. Next, Uchiha Zhili asked Xuanqing about their cultivation and the situation in the tribe these days before stopping. Start preparing dinner. She didn't eat well outside these days. It was not convenient to cook Sea King's meat to eat. In order not to affect her own cultivation improvement, she could only temporarily use the 100% version of the nutrition pill instead. Although the effect is similar, it can't satisfy the appetite. You know, the food made from Sea King's meat is delicious. It's a kind of enjoyment. In the Hokage's office. After arranging the Uzumaki clan to temporarily follow Uzumaki Mito to the Senju station, the 3rd generation took Uchiha Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and Danzo back to their office. The 3rd generation looked at Danzo with a serious face and said, "Danzo, tell us in detail about this trip. Although Anbu has sent back detailed information, I still want to hear from you as an eyewitness. Can Mito really fight the 3rd Raikage without losing points? Can he forcibly extract the chakra of 9 tails? Can Uchiha Yuri really condense a huge Susanoo of hundreds of meters, so that Onoki would run away?" When he saw the information sent back by Anbu, he always felt unreal. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura listened and looked at Danzo. Danzo said gloomily, "Yes. The strength of these 2 people is at or even slightly above the peak. Especially Uchiha Yuri. I didn't expect that she could achieve this with only a Mangekyo Sharingan. Onoki is indeed not her opponent. Of course, it is unlikely that Uchiha Yuri wants to defeat Onoki in a short time. The old man's dust release is still very powerful. Hiruzen, I'm afraid it will be a big trouble for us to target Uchiha in the future. In fact, not only Uchiha Yuri, but other Uchiha elites are also abnormally strong. Especially their chakra volume, physique and vitality. I guess they must have better medicines than the nutritional pills they sell on the market. It can greatly improve physique and vitality, and then increase chakra volume. This is definitely not good news. We have to find a way to get the secrets of these drugs from Uchiha as soon as possible and take them into our own hands, and we must suppress and weaken Uchiha as soon as possible. Otherwise, Uchiha will only become stronger and stronger in the future. This is something Danzo cannot allow." Yeah. After hearing this, the 3rd generation nodded with a gloomy face. "I already know this from the information sent back by Anbu, and personally went to investigate the remaining Uchiha 10 times. It really proves this point. I also want the secret of the prescription, but it's not that easy." Uchiha Kaharu said, "In the past month or so, Uchiha has been constantly purchasing a large amount of herbs, precious medicines and even chakra metals. Perhaps, we can start from these raw materials, combine them with the drugs they sell, and find pharmaceutical masters to try to reverse and analyze the drug formula. What do you think? These drugs are also popular with her. The profit alone makes her unable to give up." "It's possible." The 3rd generation frowned and said, "But we have very few top-level Yakushi. The best ones should be Mito-sama and Tsunade, but given their relationship with Uchiha, I'm afraid they won't agree. We can only think about it from the hospital in Inoshika-cho." Quote, "I don't know when it started, but he found that his relationship with Tsunade was getting worse and worse. Although, Tsunade seemed to be the same as before. At most, she became more casual than before. But the 3rd generation could still feel that she was getting more and more distant from him. He guessed that Uzumaki Mito had said something to Tsunade. It should be a matter of Senju. For such a thing, the 3rd generation had already retreated if they wanted to save it. Of course, he did not regret what he had done to his opponent in the past. If he hadn't done this at the beginning, how could he have secured the position of Hokage? It was not his fault, but the Senju clan at the time were too much, and they didn't take him, the Hokage, seriously at all. If it were any person in power, they would not be able to tolerate it, right? Chapter 56, Arrangements for the Uzumaki clan, Kushina and Minato's new arrival in the pirate world 10/10. I think Orochimaru should be able to do this. Maybe he is even better than Tsunade. At this time, Danzo reminded. Oh. After hearing this, the third generation raised his eyebrows and looked at Danzo meaningfully. He thought, when did Danzo hook up with Orochimaru? This is not good news for him. He thinks highly of Orochimaru. He doesn't want Orochimaru to be contaminated by Danzo and be won over by Danzo. It seems that we should focus on this matter next, and warn Orochimaru. Thought the third generation. On the surface, the third generation nodded and said, Orochimaru is indeed good, I will tell him in person. Hope he can research it out. Uchiha Kaharu then said, in addition, I suggest ordering nutritional pills or even better nutritional pills directly from Uchiha in the name of the village. You have to test it out no matter what. It would be even better if you can get it. It will be more convenient to study in reverse. The third generation also did not refuse, leave this to me. I will meet with Uchiha alone as soon as possible, mention it, and test it out. It would be best if it succeeds, but there will be no additional loss if it fails. But you can give Uchiha an extra note. By the way. At this time, the third generation looked at Danzo again with a serious face and asked, you said that Mito-sama can fight the third Raikage on equal terms, or even that Mito-sama is stronger. You should pay attention to his Mito-sama in good health. Especially her vitality. From all the signs, I always feel that she has recovered more than a little bit. Is she fully recovered? If so, that's terrible. Who knows how long Uzumaki Mito can live with her vitality restored. If they want to wait until she dies before they start, they will probably have a hard time. Danzo also said solemnly, I was just about to tell you this. According to my observation, Mito-sama may have fully recovered to her peak. So is her vitality. She may not die in the short term. We were all deceived by her before. She did it on purpose. She probably did it before to show weakness to us, fearing that we would take some drastic measures against Senju and her after we knew the truth. Single quote. After all, Senju was really weak at that time. But now, the Uzumaki clan has brought most of their strength to Konoha with her. It will be difficult for us to secretly attack Senju and Mito-sama. There are more than 1,000 Uzumaki clan members who came to Konoha this time. In addition to the terrifying talents of the Uzumaki clan, the families behind the four of them may not be able to defeat the Uzumaki clan. One wrong step. Every step is wrong. As expected. The third generation couldn't help but sighed in worry after hearing this. He felt that his luck was not good. In the current situation, he didn't know what to do next. So what should we do next? Uchiha Kaharu also felt confused about the current situation and couldn't help asking. Danzo directly suggested, Hiruzen, we can't let the Uzumaki and the Senju stay together. If possible, it's better to mark out a piece of land far away from the Senju as their clan land. Although this won't be very useful, it can at least weaken the strength of the Senju and slow down their recovery speed. It will be convenient for us to carry out subsequent operations, what do you think? The third generation listened and nodded in agreement, this is possible. The clan land of the Senju clan is located in the core area of the village, and it is not easy to arrange another piece of land here. As for letting the Uzumaki clan live in the Senju clan land directly, or even marking out a piece of land from the Senju clan land for the Uzumaki clan, I guess the Senju themselves will not agree. This should work. Anyway, the reasons are all legitimate. This matter must be dealt with as soon as possible. I will send someone to send a message and hold a meeting of all Konoha ninjas and Jonin in the Hokage building this afternoon to see this matter confirmed. Third generation made a prompt decision. Yes, no problem. That afternoon, representatives of various ninja clans in Konoha and the active Jonin of the village gathered together and came to the large conference room of the Hokage building to discuss many matters concerning the joining of the Uzumaki clan. Many ninja clan representatives were naturally not very happy about the joining of the Uzumaki clan. But this matter has become an established fact, and they cannot oppose it. So, they can only sit back and watch. However, in the subsequent distribution of interests, these ninja clan representatives were not so polite. They argued fiercely. In the end, the clan land of the Uzumaki clan was divided at the western edge of the village. As for the division of positions and interests of the Uzumaki clan in the village, in the end, they only won some positions in the sealing class. This can be regarded as making the best use of it. Who doesn't know that the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is unique in the ninja world? Third generation was willing to give the sealing squad leader in half of the positions, in addition to strengthening and optimizing the existing Konoha barrier. At the same time, they also wanted to take this opportunity to steal some sealing techniques and barriers from the Uzumaki clan. The next morning, Xuanqing found Kushina at the new clan land of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, it is called a new clan land, but in fact it is just an empty land at this time, and it needs to be leveled and built with houses. Thank you, Xuanqing. If it weren't for you, our Uzumaki clan's rescue operation would definitely not be so smooth this time. Kushina looked at the clan land that was under construction, and then looked at Xuanqing with a serious face and thanked him. She had seen part of the future given by Xuanqing, and knew what the original ending of the Uzumaki clan was. Although the Uzumaki clan has lost a small number of clan members and the huge power of the Whirlpool country, it is much better than the original fate of extermination. Others may think it is because of Uchiha and Grandma Mito. But she knows that all this is the change brought by Xuanqing. If Xuanqing hadn't brought his mother to trade with Grandma Mito, there wouldn't be today. She didn't know the details of the trade at the beginning, but now she finally understood it completely. Haha, you're welcome. It's just a trade. We Uchiha also benefited. Besides, we are friends, aren't we? Xuanqing smiled and touched Kushina's head. This time, they packed and copied all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, the workload of this project is not small, and the Uzumaki clan will also build the clan land in the near future, so there is no handover yet. However, the Uzumaki clan did not intend to default on their debt. After all, the three clans are now staunch allies, and they are even preparing for intermarriage. Hee. That's right. Kushina heard this, felt the hand on her head, smiled, and felt warm in her heart. Okay, we should go meet up with Minato. Today, I'm going to take you to the 5. Xuanqing turned to Kushina and said. Huh. Kushina's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said excitedly, really? Are we finally going? That's great. Let's go. I can walk fast. She immediately took Xuanqing's hand and started running towards the training base. She couldn't wait. If she hadn't been delayed by the sudden change in her family, she should have been to the pirate world more than 10 days ago. Of course, she had no right to complain when it came to the danger of her own family. Now she can finally get what she wants. Haha. Okay. Let's go. Xuanqing hurriedly followed, still being pulled by Kushina. Not long after, the two arrived at the training base. Sure enough, Minato was already practicing here on his own. Seeing Xuanqing and Kushina coming, he did not stop practicing, but turned around and greeted, "Hey! You are here. Good morning." "Good morning." Kushina and Xuanqing both responded. Then, Kushina interrupted, "Sissy, stop practicing. Xuanqing is going to take us there today." Minato's face turned bitter when he heard Kushina's address to him, and he said helplessly, "Kushina, can you stop calling me a sissy? I'm really not. He just has a gentler personality and looks more delicate, which is completely different from sissy, okay?" "Hey." Kushina smiled a little embarrassedly after hearing this, and couldn't help but think of the time when others called him tomato, and immediately apologized, "Okay. I won't call you that in the future. I'll teach you like Xuanqing, Minato." Minato smiled when he heard this, "That's great." Then, he reacted and looked at Xuanqing and asked, "Xuanqing, are you really going to take us there?" Del. Xuanqing nodded affirmatively, "This is all agreed. I should have taken you there more than 10 days ago. Isn't it because of the matter of the Whirlpool country that delayed it? Today is the perfect time to take you there. After all, the effect of practicing physical skills there is better than here. And, hockey and other things cannot be practiced here. You have to go there to practice first, and then you can further practice in the ninja world later." Minato and Kushina definitely can't practice armament hockey for now. Their physique is not up to standard. Conquerors don't have any good training methods at the moment. They can only practice observation hockey. It just so happens that this perception ability greatly improves combat effectiveness and life-saving ability. It suits them very well. In the ninja world, no matter how talented you are, you must be able to save your life first. Otherwise, everything is in vain. Hockey. I see. When do we set off? Do we need to prepare anything? Minato nodded in understanding and asked. No need. I can take you there myself for the first time. Xuanqing stretched out his hand and said, come. Hold my hand. Minato and Kushina immediately obeyed. Minato held Xuanqing's hand, and Kushina simply hugged Xuanqing's arm. Let's go. After sensing that there was no surveillance nearby and that he had already set up a barrier here, Xuanqing immediately thought and took the two of them away from the ninja world. The next moment, they appeared in the pirate world, Drum Island, in Ha's yard. Hiss. It's so cold. What the hell? Why is it snowing here? 0. As soon as they came over, Kushina and Minato were shocked by the biting cold wind and looked around shivering. When they found that they were no longer in the original training base, but came to a place covered in ice and snow, they were immediately shocked. Kushina couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha. Seeing the two shivering, Xuanqing couldn't help laughing happily. Immediately, it attracted the attention of Kushina and Minato. Both looked at Xuanqing with unfriendly faces. You did it on purpose. Kushina glared at Xuanqing fiercely, pinching Xuanqing's waist with one hand and questioning. Doff. Xuanqing felt the pain coming, and immediately took a breath of cold air, and quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. In fact, I was just joking to shock you a little bit. FB. Okay. No more talking. You put on these cotton jackets first. Don't catch a cold. As he said, Xuanqing's mind moved, and he took out 2 sets of clothes from the space-time gate that were not particularly thick, but had a particularly good warming effect, and handed them to Kushina and Minato respectively to remind them. The two did not say politely to Xuanqing, and immediately put on the clothes and wrapped themselves up. Where is the right place to change clothes? This way. Follow me. Xuanqing quickly led the two into the house. Hey, Ms. Kuleha, I brought the newcomer here. As soon as he entered the door, Xuanqing smiled and raised his hand to greet Kuleha. Then, he introduced Kuleha's identity to Minato and Kushina. Hello, King Kuleha. Kushina and Minato both bowed politely. Hello. Kuleha was not a silent person, and nodded with a smile. Just do whatever you want. No need to be polite to me. Xuanqing is almost treating my place as his own home. This kid is really not polite at all. Yes. Minato and Kushina were a little relaxed after hearing this, but they were still quite reserved. Xuanqing immediately took the two to the door of a room. After letting the two go in and change their clothes, he began to practice with them here. Not long after, Makoto and Uchiha Zhili also arrived here one after another. Seeing the two, Uchiha Zhili and Makoto greeted them one after another. Kushina, welcome. How is it? Is it interesting here? Makoto walked over and chatted with Kushina with a smile. Yeah. Kushina nodded affirmatively. I didn't expect it to be winter here, and Xuanqing said that this is still an island of eternal winter, which is incredible. Also, you don't know how much Xuanqing is. He didn't remind us of this just now, and brought us here directly. You know, it's summer in the ninja world now, and I was wearing short-sleeved sandals when I came. I almost froze to death. Humph. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 57. Uchiha Zhili's first arrival at Sky Island, a stubborn Shandiant 1/5. Hee. It's like something he would do. Although he often behaves very maturely, like a little adult, he also has his childish and naughty side. You will get used to it slowly in the future. Uchiha Makoto heard Kushina's complaints and couldn't help but said Ichiraku. Okay. Kushina listened and nodded helplessly. This habit is unnecessary. Xuanqing saw his mother coming over and immediately walked over and asked, Mom. Have you dealt with the family affairs? Almost. Uchiha Zhili nodded affirmatively. Things are much smoother than I thought. Everything is arranged. So, I plan to explore Sky Island in a few days, what do you think? Light up the map of Sky Island as soon as possible, so that the gold and various magical shellfish there can be obtained as soon as possible. I have no objection. Xuanqing nodded, and immediately explained to Uchiha Zhili in detail some of the situations on Sky Island, and finally reminded, at this time, the Sky Islanders and Shandians should still be at war. When you go there, be careful. If possible, it is recommended to defeat the people on both sides first, and as a middleman, it is best to promote their peace. After all, they have been fighting for land for hundreds of years. Continuing the war, except for causing more casualties, has no great significance. Anyway, the island is quite large and can accommodate both of them. Of course, if you want them to really agree to peace, you probably need to find the Golden Bell. Then, Zan told Uchiha Zhili in detail about the grievances between the two tribes and the significance of the Golden Bell to the 670 of the Shandians. He never thought of going there by himself now. This is not bravery, it is a manifestation of irresponsibility for his own life and safety. Not to mention the Sky Islanders, their leader is gone fewer at this time, and they may still be able to communicate. The Shandians are more difficult to deal with. They have been a little crazy in order to take back Arpaio. If they are not beaten and awakened, there is no way to communicate. I understand. Uchiha Zhili listened and nodded. Leave this to me, Mom. Del. Xuanqing nodded and reminded with some concern. You must be careful, because I don't know what their current strength is, what level they are in the ninja world, you must be careful. Especially, they still have a few demon fruit power. It's impossible, you can avoid them first, secretly find the golden city in the clouds, and collect some gold. When we are stronger in the future, we can beat them again. He didn't want his mother to be in danger. Understood. Uchiha Zhili noticed Xuanqing's concern and worry, smiled and reached out to touch Xuanqing's head and said, Mom is not the kind of person who doesn't know the importance of things. I will deal with it according to the actual situation. Besides, there is a teleportation function of the space-time gate. If I can't beat it, I can always run away. Mom is not the kind of rigid person who sticks to her own opinion. Okay, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Uchiha Zhili's mind moved, locked the location of Gaia Island, and teleported directly there. As soon as she arrived in a forest behind the pirate town of Gaia Island, Uchiha Zhili directly unfolded her observation haki perception. She took in the situation of the entire island in her heart. After all, she is not a child like Xuanqing and the others. Her mental strength and soul are already very strong. Therefore, once she awakens observation haki, her level is not ordinary. After more than a month of practice, her observation haki has been improved to a higher level. At least, in terms of breadth, it is enough to cover a radius of several thousand meters. In terms of accuracy, because her mental power is relatively condensed and often used, it is also very good. The only pity is that it has not yet reached the level of foreseeing the future. As for listening to the voices of all things, these are personal special talents, and are not abilities that can be cultivated by observation. The changes here are really not big. It's still so chaotic. Uchiha Zhili shook her head. This world is more chaotic than the ninja world to some extent. She didn't care much, and immediately summoned the ninja eagle Xiaohei from the space-time gate space. She jumped directly on its back and commanded it to fly high. Swish! I saw the ninja eagle carrying Uchiha Zhili like a sharp sword, shooting high into the sky at a high speed. In just a few minutes, it has reached thousands of meters in the sky. At this position, the speed of the ninja eagle began to slow down and became strenuous. But it can still hold on. Is this the White Sea? It seems that we have to continue to rise. Seeing the white cumulus clouds in the sky, Uchiha Zhili understood a little. The only pity is that she did not find the gate to the kingdom of heaven. Obviously, my position is a bit off. However, as long as I can continue to fly upwards, it will be fine. A few minutes later, when the ninja eagle felt exhausted and breathing became more and more difficult, it finally carried Uchiha Zhili to an altitude of 10,000 meters. I have arrived at the real Sky Island. Is that part of the past of Arpaio Gaia Island? It's quite big. It's hard to imagine what kind of surging ocean current can push such a large island into the sky. Uchiha Zhili looked down at the huge forested island and couldn't help but exclaim. Many landscapes in this world really constantly impact her three views and inherent cognition. It is impossible for such a wonder to exist in the ninja world. Go down. Immediately, Uchiha Zhili commanded the ninja eagle to land on a big tree at the edge of Arpayado. She jumped off the ninja eagle's back, patted its neck and said, "Thank you. You've worked hard. Go back and rest first." The next moment, she sent the ninja eagle back to the space minister of the space-time gate. She herself did not rush to act, but chose to adapt to the thin air environment here for a while. After letting herself completely adapt to the place, she stood up and turned on the perception of observation and hearing, and used the body flicker technique to rush to somewhere in the center of the island. At this time, over there, the Sky Islanders and the Shandians were engaged in a new round of fighting. Kill these Sky Islanders, take our homeland. Stop them. These Shandians are really crazy, why can't they sit down and talk? Huh, what's there to talk about? This island itself is a gift from God to us Sky Islanders. Island people, why should we give it to them? People on both sides were killing like crazy. Someone got hurt from time to time. But there were very few deaths. The main reason was that they were actually quite restrained. Because, the leader of the Sky Island people, God Ganfer, was a relatively reasonable person, hoping to end this endless state of war and achieve peace. But he couldn't beg the Shandians to beg, let alone agree to give up Arpayado. The contradiction could not be resolved, no one could convince anyone, and no one was willing to give in, so the war could only continue. Swish. At this time, Uchiha Zhili suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Because she did not hide her figure and existence at all, she was immediately discovered by Ganfer and Rossi, the battle leader of Shandian. Suddenly, the battles on both sides were temporarily stopped. Ganfer looked directly at Uchiha Zhili and said in a deep voice, "You are from Qinghai, right? I wonder what your purpose is in appearing here at this time." Rossi was much more rude, and directly cursed, "Qinghai people, get out of Apahado. This is the holy land of our Shandians, you are not welcome." Tisk. Although Uchiha Zhili had been reminded by Xuanqing and knew some of the Shandians' personalities, she was still very unhappy when she really saw them. She was too lazy to speak, and was ready to beat these people first. Because she had observed them with her observation color before. These people should not be her opponents. Beat them first. Bu. With this idea in mind, Uchiha Zhili directly used the body flicker technique to attack Rossi. Humph. Looking for death. When Rossi saw it, he was immediately furious. He directly abandoned Ganfer, his opponent, and killed Uchiha Zhili. Fire-style Howlong fire technique. Seeing that Rossi was only a dozen meters away from him, Uchiha Zhili used fire-style without hesitation. A scorching fire dragon rushed towards Rossi. What? Rossi didn't expect that this strange woman could actually spit fire, and was caught off guard. He rushed towards Uchiha Zhili at a very fast speed, and with the speed of the two people colliding, he had no time to dodge. He was hit by fire style directly. He was directly enveloped by the flames, and a shrill scream came from the flames. Uchiha Zhili had been using his observation color to sense everything inside. When he found that it was almost the same, he directly withdrew his chakra, and the power of the fire style quickly decreased. It was extinguished soon. Rossi was charred all over, spewing black smoke from his mouth and fell from the air. He fell heavily to the ground. However, he did not lose consciousness. He only felt a tingling pain all over his body and could not move for a while. Rossi. Leader. When the Shandians saw this, they were immediately horrified and rushed to Rossi in a hurry. They quickly surrounded him, and suddenly stood in the center, looking at Uchiha Zhili with a wary and hostile face. "Do you still want to fight? If you want to fight, come quickly. I welcome you anytime." Uchiha Zhili ignored the hostile eyes of these people and said with a chuckle. But neither the Shandians nor the Sky Islanders continued to fight at this time. It was really that Rossi was scared by them in seconds. Let them know that this woman might not be something they can deal with. "Who exactly is your excellency? What is your purpose in coming here? I can feel that you don't seem to have any hostility towards us, right?" At this time, Ganfer asked again. If possible, he didn't want to conflict with the powerful Uchiha Zhili. He needed to be responsible for his subordinates and people. Uchiha Zhili listened and smiled. Kaido, I am. As you can see, I am a Qinghai person. My name is Uchiha Zhili. The purpose of coming here is the Golden City. Of course, if possible, I heard that there are all kinds of magical shellfish here, and I hope to establish a long-term trade relationship with this place and buy the magical shellfish here. What? Golden City? The Shandian people's faces changed immediately after hearing the first half. Rosie even struggled to stand up with the help of the tribesmen, and said fiercely to Uchiha Zhili, the Golden City belongs to our Shandian people's ancestral land, we will never let you succeed. Even if I risk my life, I will stop you. As he said, he wanted to do it again. Oh, really? Uchiha Zhili listened, the smile on her face did not change, and a terrifying momentum suddenly burst out from her body. Immediately afterwards, her whole body was wrapped by a black translucent chakra skeleton. Soon, a huge 100 meters high the chakra giant, with an even more terrifying aura, towered in front of everyone, looking down at the Sky Island warriors and the Shandian warriors here. Uchiha Yuri, who was at the head, said indifferently, are you sure? Hiss. How is this possible? Is she really a human? Are you sure she's not a god? Do you really want to fight her? The Shandians were taken aback by this terrifying aura, looked up at this terrifying towering giant, took a breath, and were filled with despair. How to fight this? There's no chance of winning no matter how you look at it, right? Kr. Rossi looked at the giant. Uchiha Zhili was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Continue to talk tough. 4.8. I am afraid that he will be easily wiped out by the other side. At that time, he will not only become a complete joke, but also be wiped out with these elite warriors in the tribe. He is not afraid of death, but what should the Shantong people do afterwards? There are only a few warriors left in the tribe, most of them are old and young. At that time, he may become a sinner of the Shandian people. But it is impossible for him to just give in and admit defeat. They are born stubborn people, and the word, give in, is not in their eyes. It is even more impossible to give in. For a while, the atmosphere is getting more and more solidified. Uchiha Zhili was speechless about these stubborn Shandians. She finally understood why Xuanqing thought they had to be beaten into submission. It was indeed difficult to communicate. With this in mind, she was ready to continue. 0145122008 Philu 171,162,480. Ahem. At this time, Gonfure felt something was wrong, and hurriedly took 2 steps forward, coughed to break the deadlock, and said to Uchiha Zhili, Mr. Uchiha Zhili, I am Gonfure, the leader of the Sky Island people. Can you say a few words? Although he didn't like the Shandians very much, he seemed to feel a little bit reluctant to see them die. The relationship between the two sides, up to now, can be said to be both enemies and friends. And, Uchiha Zhili is an outsider after all. How do you know that she will not attack the Sky Islanders after she has eliminated the Shandians? Oh. Uchiha Yuri raised her eyebrows and looked at Gonfure and said, tell me. If possible, she still hopes to resolve it peacefully. After all, she will have to trade magical shellfish to the Sky Islanders for a long time in the future. Chapter 58. Uchiha Jiri's Physical Mediation Method, Wonder Golden Belt 2/5. Huh. Gonfure heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, sorted out his thoughts, and then said, you said before that you wanted to trade magical shellfish with us for a long time. I can agree to this on behalf of the Sky Island people. Specific strengthening can be discussed. It is the Golden City. At this point, he looked at Rossi with some embarrassment, trying to persuade him. But knowing Rossi's character, he didn't know how to persuade him for a while. At this time, Uchiha Zhili said, Gonfure, I have some rough understanding of the history of the Shandia people and your Sky Island people. You two sides have been fighting for this land island for hundreds of years. The hatred between the two sides has also lasted for hundreds of years. You are still willing to speak for them, you are a good person. Gonfure listened and said modestly, no, you are too kind. I just hope that this meaningless and endless war between the two tribes can end soon. In fact, we deserve a better future. Quote. Uchiha Yuri nodded without comment, then looked at the stubborn Rossi and said, I also know the real reason why you Shandians want to take back this half of Gaia Island. I can help you find the Golden Bell, ring it, and comfort your great warrior Calgara. At the same time, in the future, I will bring the only surviving descendant of Wenbrandu Rolandu, Wenbrandu Kulik, to see you, and also witness and ring the golden bell." Quote. What? Rossi was shocked and asked anxiously, "Is what you said true? Do you know where the golden bell is? Also, do you know the descendants of Wenbrando Rolando?" Yes. Uchiha Zhili nodded affirmatively, then shook his head and said, "I do know where the golden bell is. If you can agree to my 2 requests, I can take you to find the golden bell later. As for Rolando's descendants, I don't know them yet. But I have a certain ability to predict. I know that in the next 7 years, Rolando's only descendant, Wenbrando Kulik, will come to the bottom of Sky Island, and Gaia Island will remain on the other half of the island on the ground. Look for traces of the existence of the Golden Bell and the Golden City, and look for the Shandia people. Because he wants to prove that his ancestor, Wenbrando Rolando, is not a big liar." 08. Rossi was overjoyed when he heard the first half. If he was not sure, he wanted to agree to Uchiha Zhili's conditions. But he frowned again when he heard the second half, big liar. Why is Wenbrando Rolando called big liar? Ganfer, who was listening carefully, was smarter. Combining the existing information, he roughly guessed the reason and asked tentatively, "Is it because the Golden City and the Golden Bell were washed up to the sky by the surging sea current and disappeared? It caused the people of Qinghai to think Rolando was lying." Uchiha Zhili looked at Ganfer with appreciation and nodded, "Yes. That's almost the reason. He was even executed by their king for this. And Kurik wants to clear the grievances of his ancestors." Although, Uchiha Zhili didn't think Rolando had any grievances. She could imagine that if Gaia Island hadn't been washed up to the sky by accident, it would have been a disaster. Island. When Rolando arrives at Gaia Island with his king and fleet, what will be the fate of the Shandians? It will be miserable, right? In order to seize the gold of the Shandians, the greedy king will definitely not mind exterminating the entire Shandian clan. With the Shandians concerned for the Golden Bell, they will definitely fight to the death with it. As an adventurer, Rolando has been to many places. Doesn't he understand the evil of human hearts and the greed of human nature? He certainly understands. But he still told his king the news of the Golden City. It puts the Shandians in an unjust situation. It is not a good thing in itself. It deserves to die. Ganfer obviously has similar thoughts at this time. The two looked at each other and saw some of the other's general thoughts at this time. But neither of them said the so-called truth. Because there is no need. Not to mention that the stubborn Shandians will not believe it, but will think that they are blaspheming Rolando and blaspheming the great benefactor of their ancestors. Rolando has been dead for nearly 400 years, and it is meaningless to say these things now. It is better to keep it secret and use the information to make the Shandians compromise. What? Rossi obviously did not know this. Hearing what Uchiha Zhili said, he was shocked and said, "Rolando was called the big talker because of this and was executed. This. The ancestor failed him. We Shandians are sorry for our great benefactor. I must meet Rolando's descendants, say sorry to him, and prove to him that his ancestors are not liars." At this point, Rossi looked at Uchiha Zhili and said, "Tell me. What do you want to lead us to find the Golden Bell, and how can you bring the descendant of the benefactor, Kurik, to see me in the future? As long as it is not too much, I can promise you on behalf of the Shandians." Uchiha Zhili finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. These Shandians are really difficult to deal with. She immediately raised her 2 thumbs and said, "2 conditions. First, the gold in the Golden City, except for the Golden Bell, belongs to me. Second, from today on, the Shandians and the Sky Islanders shake hands and make peace, and share Arpayado peacefully in the future. How about it?" In fact, she couldn't just ask to be the ruler here. I believe that neither the Shandians nor the Sky Islanders would refuse. But Uchiha thought about it and still didn't ask for this. Because, she felt that it was a bit weird to ask for this. If she didn't ask, wouldn't she be able to become their ruler to a certain extent and get their support? Obviously impossible. Because as long as she could restore peace between the 2 tribes and find the Golden Bell, she would be the benefactor of the 2 tribes in the future. With the Shandians' grateful character and Ganfer's character, this favor could fill the favorability of the 2 tribes. In the future, even if they, Uchiha, established a permanent tribe here, it would be easy. Huh, that's it. Rossi heard these two requests, and he was in a state of sluggishness. He felt that these two conditions were too simple. Golden City or something, it doesn't matter to Uchiha Zhili, they Shandians have always cared about the Golden Bell. Oh, and the land of Arpayado itself. As for the second one, it's not a big problem. After fighting for 400 years, the Shandians actually don't want to continue. 0145122008 Philo 171,172,070. In the past, they were unwilling to shake hands and make peace because they couldn't find the Golden Bell. In addition, the Sky Islanders and they just wanted to completely seize Arpayado. Now if Uchiha Zhili is the middleman, it's not impossible for them to share Arpayado peacefully. Not only him, but Ganfor was also surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that Uchiha Zhili's second condition would be this. This person is fierce at first, but actually a kind person. Ganfor thought happily in his heart. Then, he looked at Rossi nervously. If this thing can be done, it would be great. That's it. Uchiha Zhili smiled and nodded. So, do you agree? Rossi listened and hesitated. I actually agree. But this matter still needs to be approved by the chief of the tribe. Although he is the leader, the chief is the most important in the tribe. Okay. You can ask your chief's opinion first. It's better to bring him here and discuss this matter together. Uchiha Zhili did not embarrass him and nodded. Okay. Thank you. I'll go back now. Rossi was overjoyed and thanked him gratefully, and prepared to go back. As a result, he felt a tingling pain in his body as soon as he moved, and he couldn't help but gasp, hiss. The burns on his body were quite serious. Even with his physique, he needed to recuperate for a while before he could recover. Go back to see the chief on my behalf and ask for his opinion. Rossi immediately ordered a Shandia warrior beside him. Yes. Immediately took the order and left. Uchiha Zhili also put away his Susanoo, fell to the ground again and waited patiently to get up. More than 10 minutes later, brought the chief here on his flying skateboard. Seeing the chief coming, Rossi struggled to get up and wanted to say something. The chief waved his hand and said, "No need to say, I know everything." As he said, he looked at Uchiha Zhili, smiled and said, "You must be Lord Uchiha Zhili." "Hello, I am the chief of this generation of Shandia people. I know all your requests. On behalf of the Shandia people, I agree with your request, and thank you. As long as you can really lead us to find the Golden Bell, and bring Roland's descendants here in the future, in addition to the gold you need, we will owe you a favor. One for the Golden Bell, one for Roland's descendants, and one for you to make peace with the Sky Island people." Quote. This is a very wise old man. This is what Uchiha Zhili thought at this time. Then it's settled. Uchiha Zhili smiled slightly. I can take you to find the Golden Bell now. Rolando's descendants will have to wait 7 years. And peace is just around the corner. You just need to discuss it with the people of Sky Island. I think Ganfor is also a reasonable person who desires peace. This should not be difficult. The Golden City is finally going to fall, hard. I understand. The chief listened, nodded, and looked at Ganfor again. Both of them smiled and nodded at each other. It is a preliminary consensus. Let's go. Let's go find the Golden Bell first. Uchiha Zhili saw this and smiled knowingly, and immediately called the Shandians and Sky Islanders to go to the Golden Bell. The Islanders went forward. They came to the central area of Arpayado, under a huge vine. He looked up at the huge vine and said, "In fact, the Golden Bell is in a cloud at the top of the vine." Huh. The Shandians were stunned when they heard it, and then the chieftain suddenly realized, is it like this? No wonder we couldn't find it at the beginning. Is it pushed to a higher position by the vine? All along, we have never thought of looking for it at a higher position. This is really. At this point, both the chieftain and other Shandian warriors smiled helplessly. They felt that they were really stupid in the past, and they had never thought of this. It's obviously very simple. Roar. At this moment, a thunderous roar sounded. Then, a huge snake head jumped out of the cloud below and bit Uchiha Zhili and the others. What a big python. Uchiha Zhili was also shocked when she saw the giant python with a tongue diameter of more than 10 meters. The next moment, she directly activated the fourth stage of Susanoo. She slapped the attacking snake head and slapped it hundreds of meters away. She directly knocked the giant python unconscious. She could actually kill it directly. But Xuanqing reminded her that this snake was a descendant of the snake god that the Shandian people once worshipped. The key is that this thing has complete wisdom and can be contracted to become a summoning beast. It is the descendant of god Kashi, lord of the sky Nolan. When Rossi and the others saw it, they immediately exclaimed, and then asked Uchiha Zhili, "Master Zhili, please be kind, we know it and can persuade it." Okay. Uchiha Zhili naturally had no objection, and immediately signaled Rossi and the others to deal with the giant python first. Not long after, Rossi and the others successfully completed the communication with Nolan, and took Nolan to climb up along the huge vines. They continued to rise for thousands of meters until the air became thinner and even the Sky Islanders and Shandia people felt a little uncomfortable. They finally climbed to the top of the vines and saw the huge golden bell standing on a small island. At this time, the surface of the golden bell had already been moderate cracked, full of moss and traces of time. One of the brackets of the yellow 010 golden bell was entangled by the vines and collapsed on the island cloud. Golden bell. It's really a golden bell. The moment they saw the golden bell, Rossi and the others were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Great. We really found it. Long live Lord Zhili. Ancestor Karl Gra, did you see it? We found the golden bell, and your wish has come true. Finally, we finally found it. The Shandians began to cheer. What a huge wonder. Ganfer and the others were amazed when they saw the huge golden bell. Seeing this, you can imagine how great the ancestors of the Shandians were. After that, everything was simple. With the help of Uchiha Zhili, the Shandians moved the golden bell to Nolan. It took more than an hour to carry it all the way down, and finally moved it to the former Golden City. Put it near the former bell tower. And Uchiha Zhili also saw the entire Golden City at this time. Hiss. How much gold is there? More than tens of thousands of tons, right? Uchiha Zhili couldn't help but take a breath and exclaimed in a low voice. The chieftain on the side smiled and said, "No matter how much, these are all yours. We don't care about these, please don't be polite. Gold is just a pile of beautiful stones for them. It is not as precious as the soil of Apahado. Not to mention comparing it with the golden bell. For them, the golden bell is never precious because of its material, but because of its meaning to the Shandian people." 0145122008 Philu 171,172,070. Haha. Then I won't be polite. You guys go ahead, I'll start collecting gold. Uchiha Zhili smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. She was really embarrassed just now. She felt that her previous request was too much. Just to help find something and bring someone in the future, so much gold is required. But since they don't care, why should she be embarrassed? She saw that the Shandian people really don't value gold. Please go ahead. Do you need our help? The chieftain smiled and raised his hand to signal. No need. I can do it myself. Uchiha Yuri shook her head and refused, and immediately used Susanoo to collect the gold covered by the Golden City piece by piece. Put it all into the space of the space-time gate. Since Xuanqing didn't have enough space to allocate for her, she immediately contacted Xuanqing through the communication space. Oh, did you do it so quickly? You are worthy of being a mother. Please wait. After receiving the message, Xuanqing immediately brought Makoto, Minato and Kushina to teleport over. You kid, you can't wait. Uchiha Yuri saw Xuanqing and the others teleporting over, and immediately cancelled Susanoo, landed, and reached out to knock Xuanqing's head with a helpless look. Chapter 59, 10,000 tons of gold, Black Zetsu appears again, 3/5. Hee. Xuanqing smiled and touched his head and said, "Aren't you curious about the appearance of the Golden City and want to see it with your own eyes? Sure enough, it's spectacular." As he said that, Xuanqing looked around the entire Golden City and couldn't help but smack his lips. Even the ground is paved with gold. At this time, Kushina and the others opened their mouths wide, staring at the huge Golden City in amazement, and were shocked and speechless. Not far away, the Shandia people and Ganfer and others also discovered Xuanqing and others who suddenly appeared. But seeing that Uchiha Zhili had a close relationship with them, they didn't come over for the time being. However, they were also very curious about Xuanqing and others. So much gold. I'm going to make a fortune now. Makoto murmured in amazement. With this gold, Uchiha will never be short of money in the future, right? Haha. Uchiha Zhili smiled and said, I will cover your expenses in the future. I won't tell you now, I will collect the gold first. Then, she looked at Xuanqing and said, expand the storage space for mom, or just put it somewhere else. Okay. Xuanqing made an okay gesture. I will give you the permission to open a warehouse, and you can just take it directly in the future. As he said that, Xuanqing's mind moved, and he marked out another 1,000,000 cubic meters of space in the space-time gate as a warehouse, and stopped the time in it. The next moment, Uchiha Zhili felt authorized. He immediately continued to use Susanoo to collect these gold in large pieces. The efficiency not only amazed Kushina and others, but also the Shandia people and Sky Island people. What kind of method is this? Sure enough, she is the real god. Gonfure couldn't help but sighed. Indeed. The chief nodded. Makoto looked a little puzzled and said, can Susanoo still be used like this? I always feel something is wrong. Next, Xuanqing took Kushina and the others to visit the underground city. During the period, they even found the historical text stone tablet here. Well, I can't understand it at all. Speaking of which, Ohara has been destroyed for several years now, and Nico Robin is about 11 years old. Is she still fleeing and wandering? Maybe, we can find a way to find her and subdue her in advance. Xuanqing thought to himself, this is also a good talent. Not only is she smart and has a strong learning ability, but she also understands ancient 843 characters. This will be very useful for Xuanqing to conquer the whole world in the future. He is actually quite curious about what is at the end of the Grand Line. Will it be the devil fruit tree that some netizens speculated in the previous life? Or is it the scientific ruins of the super ancient kingdom? The anime in the previous life was not updated, so I don't know. Now that I have traveled through time, I must figure this out. With Susanoo, Uchiha Yuri collected all the tens of thousands of tons of gold in less than an hour. Of course, there must be a lot of scattered gold on Arpaioto. Even the Lord of the Sky has a lot of gold in his stomach. But having obtained so much, Uchiha Yuri felt that there was no need to collect it. Let's talk about it when we meet in the future. There is even no need to drill the Lord of the Sky's stomach. It feels quite scary. The giant golden pillar where the golden bell collapsed was given to Uchiha Zhili by the chiefs because he saw how much Uchiha Zhili liked gold. Afterwards, the two tribes formally made a peace agreement under the witness of Uchiha Zhili and others. From now on, the two tribes will share the land of Apahado. Afterwards, it was the fire party. Very lively. Kushina and the others also participated in it and had a lot of fun. In order to prevent Uzumaki Mito and the others from worrying, Uchiha Zhili had to go back halfway and sent someone to inform Uzumaki Mito that Kushina would rest at her home for a few days. Speaking of land, it is not precious at all in Qinghai. If necessary in the future, we can help you move some from Qinghai. You know, we have the corresponding space means. During the banquet, Xuanqing heard Gonfure and the others talking about the future planning and protection of this land, and they looked very cherished. He couldn't help but say while drinking juice. This immediately attracted the attention of Gonfure and the chief. They looked at Xuanqing with surprise and expectation and asked, really? Can this kind of thing be done? Of course it can be done. Xuanqing nodded affirmatively. When you have the corresponding means, some seemingly incredible things will become extremely simple. However, this kind of thing is definitely not something that can be done often. I have my own things to do. Wait until you are short of land. Now, it is better to develop Apahado well. That's right. Thank you very much. Gonfure and the chief both bowed to Xuanqing. Forget about the benefactor, I haven't done anything yet. Xuanqing was slightly startled and waved his hand. I am not so shameless yet. No. Gonfure shook his head and said, even if you don't do this, your mother's help in achieving peace and helping the Shandians find their holy bell is enough for us to be grateful. They don't think that some inedible and unusable gold is enough to repay Uchiha Zhili. No need to do that. Xuanqing smiled and waved his hand and said, "We are already friends, aren't we? If you really want to thank us, you can sell us some magical shellfish, Sky Island fish, and so on, Sky Island's unique products for a long time in the future. We will also pay for what you need." Although a large amount of gold has been obtained, whether it is Xuanqing or Uchiha Zhili had no intention of giving up these transactions. If all the gold was really released to the ninja world, it would probably create an economic disaster. The people who would suffer in the end would most likely be those ordinary people. Therefore, Xuanqing and his men would not do this unless it was absolutely necessary. That's totally fine. Ganfuer's eyes lit up and he said, "But, if you want revenge, can you pay directly with soil?" Xuanqing was stunned. Buying specialties with soil. That's right. If possible, we also hope to trade soil for what you need. The chief also agreed. It's not impossible. Xuanqing said a little embarrassedly, "If you must do this. But you can't always ask for soil, right? When there is too much of this thing, it will be useless." Why does he feel like he is bullying an honest person? I have never heard of such an outrageous trading condition. No. Ganfuer smiled and shook his head after hearing this. "We will never have too much soil. You don't have to think that you are taking advantage of us. Not everyone can get a lot of soil in this way. Besides, you underestimated our Sky Island people's thirst for soil. You underestimated the Sky Island people's need for soil. You know, Sky Island is not just ours, there are many Sky Islands. We can even use the soil you traded to us to trade with other Sky Islands. In this way, we can even make money. Those Sky Islands will also be grateful to us. This is a win-win situation." "I see." After hearing this, Xuanqing nodded in understanding. "In that case, let's settle it this way. In the future, I will come here at least once a month to trade with you. Of course, it may not be me who comes, but my mother or my companions." Okay. This matter was settled so simply, and it was so easy that it was unbelievable. "By the way, Uncle Ganfuer, do you know how to get to Sky Island Burka?" Xuanqing suddenly remembered the matter of the thunder Aichi fruit and asked immediately. "Oh, Burka." Ganfuer was a little surprised when he heard this, and he didn't know why Xuanqing asked about the location of Burka. However, he did not think much about it and nodded directly. "Of course it is clear. Do you need a route map? I can draw it for you later. If you need it, I can even provide you with a guide." "Thank you very much." Xuanqing nodded, took out a pen and paper from the space-time gate and handed it to Ganfuer, and then said, "Please help me draw a route map. As for the guide, it is not necessary, a map is enough. It can be regarded as an adventure." He was not sure whether going there to get thunder fruit would cause conflict with the people there. So, it is better not to bring Ganfuer and his people. Lest it cause trouble to them, it will also affect his impression on them. "Okay. Please wait." Ganfuer took the paper and pen, nodded, and immediately started to write. Soon, the route map was made. Ganfuer handed it to Xuanqing, pointed to a certain direction in the southeast and said, "Burka is probably in this direction. When the time comes, you can follow the map and go in this direction. It will take about 100 kilometers to reach Burka. I wish you a smooth adventure." "Thank you." Xuanqing took the map and glanced at it, memorized it instantly, and then handed the map to his mother. Obviously, his mother still needed to open the map this time. Uchiha Zhili would definitely not trust him to run the map. He simply didn't bother to ask at the beginning. Sure enough, after Uchiha Zhili took the map, he said directly to Xuanqing, "Wait until I get there, and then notify you to come over. Leave the map to me." This distance, with the speed of Shinobi Eagle Xiaohei, it would not take a few hours. However, it was already late today, and it was late at night when the banquet was over. Uchiha Zhili and his group said goodbye to Ganfuer and the Shandia people and teleported back to their homes in the ninja world. Minato teleported directly back to his own home. Although Kushina could do this, she was not like Minato, who was the only one at home. If she teleported back like this, some things would be exposed, so she simply stayed with Makoto in Xuanqing's house. Anyway, Xuanqing's house is very big, and there are many empty rooms. In the past 1 or 2 months, Makoto has basically stayed in their house. It is convenient to practice together. In the end, Kushina did not choose a room for herself, but simply shared a room with Makoto. It was her first time to go to the pirate world. She experienced so much and saw so many interesting things. She was excited. She couldn't sleep for a while and wanted to find someone to talk to. Makoto, this good girlfriend, is the best choice. Huh. Shortly after returning, Uchiha Zhili was preparing to rest, and subconsciously opened the observation haki to scan the entire clan land. As a result, she sensed that a familiar and strange thing broke into the clan land. The many barriers that were recently constructed did not play any role at all. Her expression froze. It's him, Black Zetsu. Why did this thing come to Uchiha at this time? It should be him that day in the Whirlpool country. Did he find out something was wrong with Uchiha and come here to get information? This is not good news. Uchiha Yuri wanted to catch him, but she didn't consider the special nature of this thing mentioned by Xuanqing, so she held back. She simply pretended not to see it, but secretly used her observation haki to monitor its every move. There was no way, with the yin-yang escape Black Zetsu, she had no good way to deal with and restrict him for the time being. She could only wait until later. Maybe, I can go to Uzumaki Mito and ask her if there is any way. Uchiha Yuri couldn't help thinking. To deal with this special existence, she felt that the sealing technique might be the best choice. Of course, even if there was a sealing technique that could deal with Black Zetsu, she was not going to use it for the time being. Because, according to the information given by Xuanqing, Uchiha Madara was not alive and well at this time. Even, it is very likely that he has already opened the Rinnegan. She also figured it out at this time. Black Zetsu went to the land of whirlpools that day. Maybe he was going to abduct the Uzumaki clan to serve as the nurturing body of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara at this stage is definitely not something she can deal with now. If Black Zetsu is really caught and sealed, it may directly lead to a blow from Uchiha Madara. The gain does not make up for the loss. Alas, I am still not strong enough. If I open the Rinnegan now. No, maybe I only need to open the Eternal Eye, and I should be able to fight Uchiha. After all, Uchiha Madara is definitely not in his prime at this time, and he should be too old. Next, I have to continue to work hard to practice and improve myself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her blind right eye, thinking, recently, the meridians and eyeballs of this eye have recovered for the most part. Even the pupil power has begun to show signs of recovery as my vitality and soul source continue to recover. Perhaps, it will take less than a few months to truly restore the sight. By then, her strength will surge again, and perhaps she can glimpse the possibility of the Eternal Eye. She firmly believes that there must be a way to open the Eternal Eye without fusing the Mangekyo Sharingan of her relatives. Xuanqing said that in addition to strengthening the body and prolonging life, health-preserving exercises also have the effect of washing the marrow and removing hair, and improving the root bone qualification. Perhaps, even the meridians can also be improved. If this is true, then she may really be able to open the Eternal Eye by herself. After all, Sage of Six Paths and Indra did not fuse the eyes of their relatives. In fact, they have never experienced the Mangekyo stage, and the moment they open their eyes, they have the Eternal Eye. Chapter 60, Chakra Extraction, Hidden Dangers in Chakra, 4/5. No. The Merit Pavilion, as well as some potions and cultivation methods at home, must be put away first, and Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara must not know about it. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zhili immediately used the teleportation function and went to the Merit Pavilion in the clan territory, his own warehouse, and Xuanqing's pharmaceutical laboratory at the fastest speed. He put away some sensitive things. Then he quietly teleported back home. Lying on the couch, pretending to sleep, she continued to monitor Black Zetsu with her observation haki. If Black Zetsu did not go too far, she would not take action to provoke him. But if he went too far and wanted to attack a member of the Uchiha clan, she would not passively accept it. Other means could not deal with this thing. What about illusion? Maybe it would be useful. At this time, Black Zetsu. It's really strange. When did so many powerful and complex barriers appear around the Uchiha clan? If you don't know, you might think this is the clan of the Uzumaki clan. There were no such things when I came here last time. Sure enough, something has happened inside Uchiha now. Let me investigate carefully. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu passed through the barriers around the Uchiha clan silently. He didn't trigger these barriers at all. It was as if these things didn't exist. As a result, Black Zetsu observed around and found that except that almost all the people in the Uchiha clan had stronger physical strength and vitality than before, there was nothing else special. He then went around Konoha. He even found the Uchiha pharmacy. Unfortunately, it was sold out every day, and there was no medicine at this time. Instead, he found nutritional pills and body-building potions in some ninjas' homes. He secretly stole a few copies and prepared to take them back to Uchiha Madara. The improvement of Uchiha's physique and vitality should be the effect of these medicines. This nutrient pill does contain a small amount of vitality, which can replenish a small amount of vitality for people. But it is too little, and it should not be enough to improve Uchiha's physique and vitality so much. There must be better nutrient pills inside Uchiha. So is the body-building potion. Go back soon. Thinking so, Black Zetsu returned to the Uchiha clan again and searched. As a result, there was still no extra harvest. Even the advanced nutrient pills were not found. Strange. I didn't find the formula and production place of the nutrient pill. It seems that it is not in the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu thought with a puzzled look. What he didn't know was that the advanced nutrient pills were limited in supply every day even inside Uchiha. It was barely enough for each. The daily amount of food for the Uchiha tribe has naturally been eaten up by now, as it is already evening. Even the elderly and children are no exception. This thing can make the elderly healthier and slightly extend the lifespan of some elderly people by replenishing a certain amount of vitality. It is also extremely beneficial to the growth of children, so who would keep it? Anyway, it can be obtained the next day. After seeing Black Zetsu running around like a headless fly through his observation haki, but not finding what he is satisfied with, Uchiha Zhili also smiled knowingly. Forget it, let's do this for now. Let's talk about it after leaving here. After searching again, Black Zetsu failed to find what he wanted, so he simply chose to temporarily leave the Uchiha tribe. As for Uchiha Madara's request to find a suitable agent for him, now is obviously not the right time. At this time, the Uchiha children have already fallen asleep, and most people in Konoha are also asleep, so he can't observe it. Soon, Black Zetsu returned to the mountain cemetery with the nutrient pills, met Uchiha Madara, and informed Uchiha of the information he had gained this time. Madara. At the same time, he handed over the nutritional pills, body-building potions, and warming potions to Uchiha Madara. Oh. Uchiha Madara observed these potions and judged that they were not harmful to the human body. He immediately took one of each and tasted the effects of these medicines carefully. These things are very good. There were no such good medicines in the past. It seems that Uchiha has indeed undergone some changes that I don't know about recently. Especially this nutritional pill, it can actually restore a small amount of vitality. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. Quote. Uchiha Madara said with some regret. It's not that he lacks vitality that his life has come to an end. If it's just vitality, the ghetto statue behind him can provide him with it continuously. He is really about to die, and the number of cell divisions has reached the end. This is due to the excessive extraction of cells in the past, which caused too many abnormal divisions and replacements, and his own age. Yeah, it's a pity. After hearing this, Black Zetsu quickly agreed. Of course, this is just a polite remark, and he doesn't feel sorry at all in his heart. Because he needs Uchiha Madara to die once before he can make a perfect layout. Otherwise, if Uchiha Madara recovers his life now, it won't be so easy for him to trick him into collecting the 9-tailed beasts, resurrecting 10 tails, and then digging out his heart. It's better to wait for Uchiha Madara to die once, and then leave a means in his body. In the next few days, Black Zetsu chose to appear in Konoha Shinobi during the day. Village, investigate the situation. He did know that there were indeed better nutritional pills inside Uchiha. Unfortunately, Uchiha Zhili had been on guard against him and strictly required the tribesmen to take the advanced nutritional pills on the spot after receiving them. As a result, Black Zetsu had no way to get it. However, After observing the effect of this from a distance, Black Zetsu also lost the idea of continuing to explore this thing. Because he felt that this advanced nutritional pill was just more nutritious and contained more vitality. It didn't mean much to him. Instead, he focused on observing the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Damn Black Zetsu. If it weren't for you, how could I be so restrained these days? Even in Konoha, it's not easy to practice some sensitive things, not to mention going to the pirate world. Quote. Xuanqing complained in his heart with some irritation. On the surface, he was still practicing basic physical skills, ninjutsu, chakra control, etc. The sealing technique did not stop, and Shadow Clone was always sent to learn. Of course, these days, plus the 10 days when Uchiha Zhili went to rescue the Whirlpool country, Xuanqing has not made no progress. On the contrary, his skills in all aspects are amazing. At this time, his chakra refining technique is finally about to reach the true state of great perfection. Uchiha Chakra Refining Technique 100,000 perfect. Do it again. Xuanqing sat cross-legged on the couch and tried to run the chakra refining technique again. The next moment, the skill of the panel directly broke through the limit. Xuanqing himself also directly entered the state of enlightenment. For a while, the whole person entered a special ethereal state. Countless memories and experiences of practicing chakra refining technique in the past kept pouring into his mind. At the same time, more other possible information and inspirations also emerged. Soon, in his mind, a new chakra practice method that surpassed Uchiha chakra refining technique began to emerge in his mind. And, as time passed, it began to be constantly improved and filled. Completed by inspiration and information one by one. Finally, it turned into a new chakra practice. Xuanqing ended this epiphany, slowly opened his eyes, savored this new chakra practice method, and exclaimed in his heart, I didn't expect that the breakthrough enlightenment would be like this. It's really amazing. This feeling is unforgettable. Moreover, this new practice is much more powerful than the past chakra refining technique. It is fundamentally different. The new chakra practice method simply points directly to the essence of chakra. Practicing it, not only can chakra be extracted more easily, but also, whether it is the extraction efficiency, speed, quality, or even quantity of chakra, it will far exceed the so-called ordinary chakra refining technique. More importantly, the chakra extracted by the new practice is no longer impossible to store and accumulate forever. Instead, it can be continuously condensed, compressed, and sublimated during the refining process. After the chakra quality is condensed to the quality of ordinary jhanan, you can start to open up the middle dantian and the acupoints to accommodate and store more chakra. At this stage, chakra can be accumulated and improved in quality and quantity. Even, when accumulated to a certain extent, breaking the limit again, it can truly improve the level of life and prolong life. Is this similar to the practice of sage art or the systematic practice method in the fantasy world? It can actually condense and accumulate, open up the middle dantian and acupoints, and improve the level of life and prolong life. This is the real extraordinary practice method. 0. Please give me flowers. Since it directly points to the essence of chakra practice, let's call it the source chakra refining technique. Xuanqing happily decided in his heart. Then, he opened his attribute panel to check. Uchiha Xuanqing. Talent, space-time gate, God rewards hard work. Lifespan, 106 years, 4 months and 3 days. Life origin, 16.2. Cultivation, Genin chakra amount, 2.1 cards. Chakra attributes, water, wind, fire, earth, yin, yang. Skills, source chakra refining technique 1/1000th, entry level medical technique 27,568 50,000ths, minor success health preservation technique 54,145 100,000ths. Perfect Uchiha meditation technique 1,456 10,000ths. Great success basic taijutsu 5,423 10,000ths. Great success chakra control 3,462 10,000ths. Great success seal 5 5,000ths. Great success 8 seals per second. One-handed seal observation hockey 2,351 10,000ths. Grandmaster. Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique 3451 10,000ths, Grandmaster, etc. In addition to the chakra extraction technique, his other skills in ninjutsu have also improved greatly during this period. Many of them have reached the Grandmaster level. Even his observation haki has reached the Grandmaster level, and his progress is amazing. This is also of great help to his mental strength. At present, the perception range of his observation haki has reached a radius of 1 kilometer. The accuracy has also improved a lot. The chakra extraction technique must be taught to my mother and Makoto as soon as possible. Xuanqing thought. Not only because this new chakra extraction technique is more efficient. Also, this technique has a hidden benefit, which is that it can completely refine the chakra origin seed in the ninja's body, so that his chakra is completely controlled by himself, and no longer controlled by the Sage of Six Paths and Kage. The final authority also returns to the ninja himself. This is also after he finished his bowel movement, operated this new chakra extraction technique, and completed the recondensation of the chakra in his body. He knew it before, although he always felt that this chakra had hidden dangers because of his memories of his previous life, he could not find out the specifics. With this source chakra refining technique, he can easily sense the chakra seeds in his body and completely refine and control them. Immediately, Xuanqing contacted his mother and Makoto using the communication space. Then, he came to the living room and used his observation haki to sense it. After confirming that Black Zetsu was not nearby, he waited patiently. Squeak. Soon, 2 door opening sounds were heard one after another, and then Uchiha Yuri and Makoto came out of their rooms one after another. Is there something important that calls us out at this time? Uchiha Yuri asked with some concern. Makoto also looked at Xuanqing seriously, with concern in her eyes. Almost. Xuanqing nodded affirmatively, and then said, "Just now when I was refining chakra, I entered a state of enlightenment and comprehended a new chakra refining technique. I named it the Source Chakra Refining Technique, this chakra refining technique." Immediately, Xuanqing told the two people in detail about the various aspects of this chakra. What? There are still uncontrolled chakra seeds in our bodies. Uchiha Zhili and Makoto were shocked. Uchiha Zhili knew more about the future, and his face sank and said, "It seems that it was not so simple for Sage of Six Paths to spread chakra in the ninja world. There is a conspiracy here." Huh, Sage of Six Paths. Did this really exist? Makoto said with curiosity and shock. The main thing is that Xuanqing had never told her this information in the past. Yes. He did exist, and he is not dead yet, but hiding in the pure land of the underworld to do things. Xuanqing nodded affirmatively, but reminded, however, this should not be leaked, just keep it to yourself. Fortunately, there is a time and space mark. As long as he does not agree, the bound person cannot leak it. 0145122008 Filu 171,172,460 This kind of information confidentiality is updated in real time. It changes constantly with Xuanqing's subjective and non-subjective wishes and his increased experience. Perhaps, when the Sage of Six Paths is solved in the future, or he is no longer a threat, the confidentiality of his information will naturally be lifted. Xuanqing does not need to take the initiative to do anything. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.